It's me, Joe. How are you doing? Happy to have. Yesterday, Heidi was like, NPCs have like pathfinding, and if they have like if they have 8 kilobytes of brain, then like you'll like put an object where they're supposed to go, and like you'll like stand in the way of the other place they're supposed to be. So all they could do is walk back and forth, left and right. That was Heidi last night. She was being a video game NPC with 8 kilobytes of brain. Brain rot. So sick of the term brain rot. Some shit just cringeworthy. It ain't gotta be deep, I guess. I think maybe it's just like the people who say brain rot are also brain rotted, so it doesn't count. Like, how could you identify it if you're also rotted? It gives the idea that there's no way out of, there's no backing out of it. It's another way of saying bro fell off. Ego boost for myself. Dopamine for me. There is no backing out. Brain rot is probably a real condition. Your brain literally rots. If it's not literally rotting, then there's a way out of it. You can get off of the internet and become an honor student like in River City Ransom. All those fucking brain rotted went back to school and became honor students. Mushy brain? No, it's not mushy either. It's just brainwashing. It's just putting on a coat of paint. You can strip it off as easily as you wheeled it on or rolled it on. That's some Twitter shit. Twitter shit for bitches. Thank you, Pogo Lazuli. Hello, everyone. Hi, I'm a gay little wizard. Thank you for the $2, gay wizard.
Yippee! I'm a gay little wizard. Can't catch me.
people saying? Joe, this is your future self. Please purchase $10 million worth of Trump NFTs within the next 10 minutes. Your future Joe head self will thank you, trust me. So you're just a head? I don't know if I want to do any favors for that guy. He's just a head. It's like the Futurama episode where it's like, Nixon? I don't want to vote for him. He doesn't even have a body. And then he gets a body and people vote for him, and it's a robot body, so robots vote for him. Okay, I did a poll. Just like the real election, your vote doesn't matter. I can, and you know, since that doesn't matter, I could also do the same exact copy and paste the poll into the chat and get more votes that don't matter. I guess I'm just curious about what people expect, and you know, see if I can get a. Oh, what? Can't paste all four. I mean, I think I'm actually going to make all of these things. It's just that I'm sneakily saying it as if you have a choice. What? You can't add a fifth option that says vote doesn't count? Forget it. I'll just not do the poll. No, I'll just do the poll without it.
Choose wisely. Your vote will count on your final grade.
I'll get the buttons right. Maybe I need to like mark some of these with a Sharpie so I know which is which.
I'm not happy, Bob.
Yep, that was the one I wanted. What about this one? That one is the one I want. This one is the flies, or the bees. It's like the bees are coming. Stu jumps off the roof to get away from them. Am I deaf or is he really quiet? This make it better? It doesn't look any different in the... Wait, I hear it louder. How about just like a little tiny bit louder? I just wanted to not pick up my breathing at all. Please share your opinion on the friendly companies Raytheon and Lockheed Martin. Yeah, like they make cookies, right? They do like cookies or something. They do lemonade and cookies. You do voice acting. Do I look like a voice actor? Do I look like someone on Twitter with a drawing of themselves as their icon? Someone on Twitter. Bum, bum. Says they're a actor. Bum, bum. Okay, so I guess I should have expected this, but the dog one is getting the most votes. But that's just to tease that. I'm not actually making that one next, no matter how many votes it gets. Most people voted for your vote doesn't count. I guess people just wanted to see the results without this big a decision. That's loud. But like, that's ho shit. You can't do that here in the chat. So it looks like those votes just went over to Epic Dog Rap Battle. Like almost all of those votes, percentage-wise. Like 42% on this poll that has the your vote doesn't count option, and 23% for your vote doesn't count. And here, it's 63%, which is pretty much both of those numbers combined. So the indecisive ones chose dog. Boy and sister got the least votes. Don't worry, that doesn't affect anything. It'll come out just as fast as it ever was going to. Although I have to say, I feel like I get a lot of people asking about Boy and Sister. Like, not as many people asking about Dog of Wisdom 4, but maybe more than anything else I do. People are asking, where's Audrey and Victor? Like, they're there. They were always there. Like, I thought they were canceled when I was like in my 20s because I wasn't making anything with them. But then it's like, okay, well, they're back, and surprise, they're actually popular. That's cool. They're not that popular. I can't make a living off of those cartoons, but I don't think I could anyway because it's not what I want to make. I don't want to put all of my ideas into one show. I want to spread them out like Jay Ward and make a bunch of really crappy shows that are all different. I'm sorry, Jay Ward, for calling your work crappy. I say it lovingly. As opposed to Hanna-Barbera, which made crappy work, which sucked. Like, Jay Ward's shit, and yes, I'll call it shit. His shit was cheap, but it was still, there was still some fun there. I feel like it was more fun than your average Hanna-Barbera thing. And Tennessee Tuxedo is better than Huckleberry Hound. Not that Jay Ward made Tennessee Tuxedo. Like they made people, they got people who worked in radio. It was like nobody even knew how to draw. But it's okay because they were cheap, and I'm sure kids like that when they came out every fucking morning or whatever. Maybe there's a new episode like every few days or week or something. They were not giving that shit to Koreans. There's no way. No. I mean, I don't know my animation history perfectly, but I'm pretty sure it started sometime in the 70s, the whole outsourcing to Korea and Japan and wherever places. Canada. It's like, you remember, it's like, you know, some of the people listening probably grew up in the 2000s and remembers all the like terrible Flash cartoons. Those were probably all done by the same Canadian studio. They're all done by the same Canadian guy. Doo-doot. 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 This button broke. Hello? Hello? Where's my button? What the fuck happened to my... Whoa. Not working now. Load it. Alright, that works. I don't know what happened. How about now?
Is this good? Hello? Can you hear me okay? Okay, can you see my webcam's not on. Oh? Let me fix it.
Yeah, so I had the idea to make a dog diss track, and that made me laugh, so I think I'll do that next for the dog videos. But some of the other things I want to work on, besides Pete the Power Cuck, which, you know, when I have a little extra free time, I'll work on. Some of the things I want to work on are some more parodies. I gotta write them down because I always get ideas for parodies. Like nothing really that special. Just like, yeah, like 12% of people actually want me to make these. It's not that special. I was just thinking, like, I have a joke idea and I'm always like saying it to myself, so maybe I should just make it like a parody of Eddsworld USA 2. I mean, I'm not gonna make another Eddsworld USA now. I made it as a goof because he was in the hospital and he died, so there's no point. Sorry to everybody else who liked Eddsworld USA, but that was kind of the whole idea, is that it was going to be seen by a guy who is sick, and it says "get well soon" at the end. You know what I just noticed from you know, like looking up my name on Twitter? There are people out there who are obsessed with Eddsworld USA. It's like they made their icon a fan art drawing of American Ed guy, and they wrote Eddsworld USA brain rot in the description of their profile. And it's like there's like gay shit going on in the fan art. It's actually very standard. This is actually very normal and common internet behavior. Although I just never thought it would ever be such an obscure design like that. I guess he is kind of hot. I made him a little sexed up as a joke. That he's like this big dude with like, I mean, he's like big and fat, but he's also strong and kind of fashionable, and has like conditioned hair. And I made Tom black, and I gave him like a fancy looking beard. So yeah, I'm not actually that shocked that people would do that. It's just, it feels like something very obscure to me. It's not obscure though if it's connected to Eddsworld. They'll figure it out. Like, people have drawn art of me like in the Eddsworld style because I appeared for 1 second as a character in Eddsworld. I don't mind if you draw, like, there are fans of Eddsworld that draw the like characters as, like, they do that shit with like Tom and Tord or whoever. They like draw the characters making out, and I feel like it's maybe it's a little different with the USA characters because they're like totally fake, but I know for a fact that is a little disturbing to some of the people who had characters based off of them. And I know for a fact that a lot of people base characters off of real life themselves or people they know. There's a line that people are trying to draw, but I don't know if they can, because, like, you know, somebody will be like, here's my avatar, it's not a character, it's actually me, so please don't draw porn of it. And it's like, don't even say that. Like, there's nothing you can really do if people start doing that. For me, I don't really draw... I don't have, like, an adorable avatar version of me that's like, look how attractive I am. Also, do not ever draw porn of this. Like, come on. I don't do that shit. And, you know, some people do that shit. What is he working on? Nothing. I'm just running my whore mouth. Is that old school Flash or animate? It's old school Flash. It's OG Flash 8. You can tell by the logo. That, like, thing in the top right corner that's a spin-in. This dude. Yeah, there'll be... Okay, so I think what should happen is, like, suddenly, out of nowhere... Oh, sorry, where's my webcam? So I could use my face to describe this. So I could use my face to pitch this thing that people are already won over on. You know what, I actually love this, that there are people of all quantities who are passionate about my work. Because I, you know, I don't actually dislike that Dog of Wisdom is famous. I'm very happy about it because I'm also passionate about it. All right, get this. Out of nowhere, Dog of Wisdom just drops a diss track about, you're not even that cute, you're not even rich, you're like, your house smelled like dog doo-doo. You know, it's all this stuff is gonna rhyme. You're not a rapper, you're just a yapper. I haven't written it yet. I was just like taking a shit and I thought of that. You and Danielle's cartoons are honestly some of the funniest online. I know, right? Like, Danielle made that one that's like the creation myth retold with lesbians. And it's got a snake wearing Doc Martens. So cute. It was like before the snake was cursed to have no legs. It was wearing like 6 shoes. They're actually boots. I feel like, yeah, I feel like Danielle and like Felix Colgrave are like the best animators online. Well, Danielle hasn't really done much in a while, but that just, I don't know, that just makes her even cooler. Like Pilot Red Sun, who hasn't done shit in years. But I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's okay to get a new career or back away from animation for one reason or another. Danielle said she was losing her passion for it, and I guess I agree with her decision to back away from animation. She still works with me though sometimes. If I ask her if she wants to help me with backgrounds on Pete the Power Cuck, she's there. We did those backgrounds, and she did that steak. And she's got a full-time job as a programmer, but she's, you know, she's still really good. So, you know, I actually stopped making videos too, for like a year. When I met Danielle, I went back to making videos. I love Felix. This show is so charming. Oh my god. If I could have 1/10 of his power for Frump Quest, it would be really good. It is. There's clearly something wrong when one indie animator has all of the talent out of all of the indie animators. Felix Colgrave has 99% of the talent. Nah, I mean, let's not build up one particular artist too much. I feel like any artist can be that great, but you have to allow them to you have to allow them to fail. You have to allow them to try, and you also have to give them their moment and not try to take it away. Like if somebody uploads something that's not even like that good, but it gets a lot of love, that's their moment. Don't try to step on them during their moment. I don't know. I guess I used to be kind of jealous when something was good, but everyone's got their own majestic masterpieces to make. That's a tongue twister, and we all should give each other room to make them, which is why I don't agree with a lot of what the industry does. I don't agree with the pilot stuff. You don't need to sell people on the idea for like, you don't have to have $1 million just so you could drop a bomb on people, get them to buy your series, and then never drop another bomb. Just make, weak sauce for the rest of their lives. And it's like, I remember every time it comes on. It's like, yeah, I remember the pilot. I like the Adventure Time pilot. I watched it the other day, and it was like, this is still good. I'm sorry. I felt like the show had like 30% the raw energy that the pilot had. It's okay. It's not a bad show. I think it's pretty good. It's just like, there's too much of it. It's like Steven Universe, I was actually paying attention, and it's like there's too much of it. It's like there are like bad cuts of this show. And I don't know if it's as simple as like, Simpsons stop watching after season 9. I think I didn't like Steven Universe. I watched all of it, and it was kind of frustrating how much filler there was. I liked the show though, so I sat through the filler. There was some like well, I don't know if the plot really matters that much. I guess I just felt like this show's 10 minutes instead of 20 minutes. So it's a little less frustrating to watch. And then it always feels like they need another 10 minutes to finish the story anyway. It was like, I guess Steven Universe I would rank as like about as good as Avatar or Korra. It's okay. I'd watch it. If it was on, I'd probably watch it. Rebecca Sugar, I was just like a fan of her before because she made like singles, and she made what was it? She has like a sick sense of humor. She made Don't Cry For Me, I'm Already Dead. It's too bad that her style doesn't really come through in the show all that much. It does sometimes, but they had to simplify it for television. They had to make it like the characters look like dolls. And people complain about that shit. They hate Cal arts, but Rebecca Sugar is good. She doesn't make Cal art shit. She makes like creepy, uncomfortable, ugly, sweaty, zoily, hairy things. Like the way Steven Universe looked in the pilot was grotesque. I mean, I guess you could argue he's still grotesque, but like they made him into Mickey Mouse is how I see it. They turned him into something really marketable. And if you look at memes and only memes and never watch the show and find out for yourself if it's any good, you look at memes, then you will see that every fucking show has some version of it. It's like, well, this would be easy to turn into a fucking plastic NFT McDonald's toy. And that they do, and that they did. And I guess it's no longer being aired, so they don't think it has any more value. People in fandoms who were like annoyingly into Steven Universe have moved on to other crap since then. Now they're all into the Amazing Digital Circus and whatever shit that looks like you can get it Rite Aid. Other Cal Arts looking crap. Like, here's my character, Dr. Rabbit. He's a rabbit doctor. This is actually a mask. He's a pediatrician and he pretends to be happy, but he's actually sad. He's sad inside. He has bad days. He plays the ukulele when he's sad. Look, no, you know, I'll make fun of it. I'll make fun of it, but I did like Steven Universe and I would recommend it. It's not as bad as the fucking retarded Republican memes thing. It's like, look at this, it's the same as every show. It's like, so Gumball also is a good show. Like, get off pole. John Kay invented the Callard slander term. Yes, a fucking pedophile. A fucking retarded Republican from Canada. The only Rebecca Sugar art I'm familiar with is her Invader Zim fan art. Well, like her hentai from when she was 13 years old. It's like she drew a picture of Eddie and Double D pulling each other's clothes off, and like Eddie smacks Double D's hand away while he's like trying to kiss him, and he's like, "Don't be such a fag, Double D." Look, John Kay was also a genius. I'll talk shit about him all day, but he was also a genius and a sicko. I mean, that's just funny though. Eddie and Ed making out. I'm inexplicably inflating again. Yeah, like John Kay, unfortunately, like us all sometimes, is just a very bitter old piece of shit. And I think he was actually trying to get a point across, but he let his emotions get too powerful or something. Like he was saying, like, here's what they teach you at CalArts, and here's what I learned. And this is the way that I think is the right way. You know, I think that's legit. You can say that. Like, something he would say, which I guess we'll never know if it was true or not, but he would say that reading my blog is just as good as a college education. I mean, I did both, and they both sucked. because his opinions were always just like rotten. You know, like he's it's like what you think is CalArts, you know, this bunny wearing a mask, that's not what he was saying when he coined the term. What he was pointing specifically to was the style they use for Pixar movies. Well, I guess Pixar looks like this now, but like the style they used for like Pixar and Disney movies in the 80s and Pixar movies in the 90s. And like, he would say it, he said it around like 2008 or something. And that's when, oh yeah, I was wondering, I was talking to Meredith about Jim Carrey. It's like, did Jim Carrey do any like cartoons? Yes, he did this. This was the one cartoon that Jim Carrey was in. I don't think he voiced Ace Ventura in the cartoon, but like this, like he would break down the elements of this. Unlike people, unlike the meme people today who just show you a drawing and say this is the enemy, you know, he would break down the elements of what made it CalArts. It's like this attitude is a big part of it. the raised eyebrow and the symmetry, you know, like there's the asymmetry of the eyebrow, but then there's still a symmetry of everything else. It's not an interesting pose. You know, something that I was taught in college is like the animation principles. One of the animation principles is solid drawing, but in college I took computer animation, I took 3D animation, so one of the things I learned was that solid posing is the replacement for solid drawing. So I guess, you know, John K saw a drawing, you know, he saw a character pose like this and said, this is not solid drawing. This is a frustrating thing to look at. This character looks like he wants to beat me up. He felt like Horton was going to beat him up. I don't know, maybe he should have. Maybe Horton should have beaten him up. Because, you know, John K never got arrested for any of the crimes he committed. And, you know, I guess he is pretty old now, and it was a long time ago, but I don't know. He should still have, like, his internet taken away. No, I don't believe that. I don't think he should have his internet taken away. I just think he should stop talking to children over Instagram. I mean, I don't know if he still does that shit. Maybe he doesn't want to get arrested. But anyway, like, here, let me find his original. I don't know why we're talking about John again, but it's just that like we have a serious issue. When you say I hate Cal Arts, I agree, but I also feel like you don't even understand the enemy. Like we need to understand exactly what's happening, what happened, you know, what not to become by fighting against it. Like, you know, first of all, I think it's a cliche that Steven Universe is terrible. It didn't ruin animation. It didn't save it either. It was disappointing a lot of the time. But it is what it is. And please don't bring it back. It's over. But just make some other shit about some fat boy. But yeah, people hate it because it goes against the norm of like the norm. He looks just like Norm grown up. It goes against the norm of like, you know, a show about a super straight thin boy like Ben 10 who bangs his cousin. Instead, it's about a slightly gay fat boy who does not get with the Indian chick in the end. Instead, people identify with based Ben 10, whose girlfriend is his cousin. They're like, I miss when cartoons were based. They introduced the Stephen Gainiverse, and it's about lesbians. And it's like, I'm watching it and thinking like, this is like DBZ. I feel like I'm watching pink DBZ. It's just Dragon Ball Z. I mean, I guess at the time I didn't think it was such a bad thing, but now I'm noticing there's like a terrible trend of Western cartoons just ripping shit out of anime. Just like ripping the entrails out of beautiful anime and trying to reclaim them. Those colonizers. Just like the evil gem, just like the evil Diamond Authority. Those fucking colonizers. They took what was great about anime, did it poorly, and made $100 off of it. What about Gravity Falls? Well, they were right about that. Gravity does fall. because I felt like that show had me and then it dropped right off. Like, while Steven Universe was like poison pills in every bowl of soup, Gravity Falls was just like off a cliff. Like, the show immediately became self-aware. It's like it's like I feel like it went from season 1 to season 20 in one season. Did anyone else feel that like the show was just like laugh track after season 1? Well, yeah, like when Gravity Falls came out, it was like, holy shit, it's like, it's just like my idea with the twins and like the weird shit happens. It's not the same. I think, you know, they still are in separate lanes. I never cared about like the occult. That's not what my cartoon's about. My cartoon is just about anxiety. It's just about fear and you know, like the freakish stuff they encounter in Gravity Falls isn't always scary. Sometimes it's just annoying. But I feel like my cartoon, whatever attacks these characters, is their deepest fears. I appreciate Gravity Falls didn't overstay its welcome. I guess I didn't feel that way. I felt like it should have stayed on a little longer and tried to like establish itself even further. It didn't feel like it had really fully gotten, like it didn't even get its footing, really. I'm proud that your contemporaries have had success with Smiling Friends. Yeah, I mean, it did take them many years to sell the show, so good for them. I think I'm cut from the same cloth as Zach and Michael Cusack. Yeah, well, thank you. They are pretty funny. You know, I don't really watch Smiling Friends, but I guess it'll be like with Family Guy, where I'll just like absorb the best parts through YouTube clips. That's what it's like watching Family Guy. It's like Family Guy funny moments. And it's like you click on one and it's like a Hydra, like 10 others appear. We need more cartoons like Courage the Cowardly Dog. Oh man, that's a show that was on for years, and it got better. I feel like it just got better, and then it ended. Oh yeah, I mean, that was a problem I had with Gravity Falls. 22-minute episodes are just like dragged out nowadays. You should have them shorter. You really should. I felt as if making a 10-minute episode, like, that was like an entire film. That felt like an entire film. You don't need the sitcom formula. That's like the format that they force people to like cram into boxes. Like you have to shave off part of your thing so it fits into this time slot. Or like you have to unnecessarily add putty to it, make it weird looking. Like you know, imagine if I was making literally Hitler and I had to like have like, you know, executive producer. It's like there's that scene at the beginning where it's like mom says get dressed, blah blah blah. It's like that scene would have to be 5 times longer if this was like a 22-minute episode. Yeah, like you'd have some literal Hitler, have his fucking name flash over the screen while the characters add a couple extra gags to the scene. The animation quality is cut in half because it has to be 5 times longer, and the credits would also have to be 5 times longer because a lot more people would be working on it. It's like, it's waste. In my opinion, it's waste. I mean, I'm not saying that it was easy to make it 90% by myself, but I feel like it was still possible, and it's still possible to make another. I want to make another one. That's why I put that in the poll, so people would know that I'm working on another one. So that 13% of people who care. Yeah. How's this other poll looking? Yeah, same split. 14% of people want boy and sister. Boy and sister. I'm actually making another frump quest, so that's what's happening next. I'm just doing this to gauge interest. 700 votes. How many votes? 144 votes on the live stream. I'm glad people are excited for the epic dog rap battle. I want to do a really dramatic diss track, and then the conclusion will be both of them. It'll be like Daft Punk, where they destroy each other. Oh my god. Oh my god, I want to do this so bad. Like, this is so funny. I knew the first one should just be a setup for something else, because, you know, I am really, 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 really cute is funny, but there's basically just one gag there. I think I can build up upon that. Oh my god, I've already modeled so much shit. No, I'm not gonna get to reuse any of that. I mean, it's not gonna end with they not like us. I think it's gonna end like Daft Punk, where they destroy each other. Oh my god, is this funny, or are people gonna be really upset that they're fighting? I mean, they're dogs, it happens. They growl at each other a little bit. It'd be so awesome if it started with the usual epic rap battles of history intro, but like a parody of it. Maybe the dog flying do the introduction. Well, I want it to feel like it's happening in real time. I don't want it to be like somebody's documentation of it. Miss Cartoons were cynical for no reason, like triplets of Belleville. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I wanna show, like, I wanna show a little bit of like horrors in Audrey and Victor. Not like necessarily a horror film, but just like things that reflect a negative attitude, I guess. I'm working towards a lol random animation series, and then suddenly making it completely fucking depressing and unfunny after like 20 or so animations. I find the gag of that switch up really funny in a gag episode. Yeah, that sounds good. There was an episode of Bonus Stage. I mean, this isn't the same thing, but there was an episode of Bonus Stage that it was like the 8th episode, or like, no, it was like the 20th episode, maybe like the 26th episode, and they find like a genie in not a lamp, they find a genie in a soda can, and the genie grants, he's like, I'll grant you 3 wishes. And he's like, I wish our voices were switched, and then their voices switch for the rest of the series. It's like, it honestly like sounds good no matter which voices they had, because they still talk like the character with that voice. I've done that while writing shit with Audrey and Victor. Is like, if you switch the characters, it makes sense. It's like, would this character do that? And then you switch them, it's like, oh, that's how it should go. Stuff like that I find funny as hell. Yeah. Yeah, like stuff that you don't even really like stuff that, well, I mean, actually, what am I saying? This is not stuff you wouldn't notice the first time, because it'd be impossible not to notice it. But that's this kind of stuff I think is funny. Stuff you don't notice the first time, and then like maybe like you'll be watching it with someone who's laughing their ass off, and then you watch it a second time and you laugh your ass off because you saw the thing they were laughing at. It's just like a tiny little thing that makes the joke funnier. Like yeah, like, but one of my friends pointed this out because he worked on Smiling Friends, that like there's like a joke where a guy in the background just like turns his head, and that makes the joke funnier. It was like, I didn't even know that, but like he worked on the show. Is Frumple a conquistador? Yeah, but he doesn't know what a conquistador is. He doesn't know how to pronounce it. He doesn't even know his own name. Right? Because like it's the show is Frumple Quest, right? It's like Frumple goes on a quest, but like he thinks that's his name. He thinks his name is Frumple Quest. Everyone else thinks his name is Frumple. He doesn't know how to pronounce conquistador. He thinks it's conquistador. So like none of this is based on history. This is just all based on ignorance, which is valuable sometimes. I mean, I guess I didn't do this on Thingus, but I wanted to talk a little more about how Aladdin was made by white people, and I think that's okay. I mean, it's not okay if a company is only hiring white people, I guess, but it's okay if you a white person voice an Arabian person. Like, are you gonna say that the Sultan didn't sound like a sultan? Like, he's a Disney cartoon sultan. I feel like we all should understand that this is not history. This is just Disney. I mean, it's just a fake cartoon, right? We all understand that there's no such thing as a blue wish-granting genie in a lamp. Do you have a headset dent? I don't know. I swear Aladdin is pronounced Aladdin. Yeah. Yeah, it's not even pronounced Aladdin. Who cares? They speak English. It's made with biases. It's made with preconceived notions. That's how we should be making fairy tales. Like, they don't stress over this shit when it's the Little Mermaid though. Although they do, because they make her black. They make her black, but they don't make King Triton black. Disney is getting closer to rewriting history. But yeah, like they changed the like lyrics of Prince Ali to exclude the line about slaves. But you know, like they knew slavery was bad back then, but it was something you could talk about in a fairy tale because it's supposed to take place a long time ago. And it's like, I guess like saying he has slaves that are proud to work for him is supposed to be tongue-in-cheek, and the people who censored it probably don't realize that, or they assume audiences are going to know that, but they'll notice that they use the word slaves, like that word that they use for 1 millisecond. I haven't watched any of those horrible live action movies since like Beauty and the Beast, but I assume they also avoid alcohol references nowadays. I assume they never have characters smoking, even if they're bad guys. I assume that every villain now is an equal opportunity employer. So like all the bad guys are like a diverse gang of bad guys. It's like people of all genders, ethnicities, and able-bodiedness. Like you have like a queer, black, transgender, wheelchair-bound Ursula, and her eels are all like different. All of her eels are different colors. Also, they're people now because it's hot to turn something into a human. Why did you cut your hair? God, everybody's like my children. Like when I think when I was a kid, my dad shaved his mustache and my brother cried or something. It's like my nephew saw me and when he saw my hair. It's like, it's just hair. I don't need to prepare you for it, do I? It grows back so fast. Do you think I look good with hair? Because I guess I'll take the compliment. Don't go bald. I mean, there's not a whole lot I could do about it. I'm noticing this right here. This is something. This is new. This is not. But this is. I'm gonna look like David Cross soon. I guess that's not that bad. David Cross is cute. Remember the episode where Bigfoot danced with, where Courage danced with Bigfoot? That made me laugh so hard. I don't remember that one. It's been so long. Disney villains are conservative because the main characters are woke. So, yeah, like, their messaging is that you're the hero of this story, actually. And your creepy ad that gave you a ride or something is the villain. Like, she like picked you up from school, but then she like tried to make stipulations. tried to go to the drive-thru and make you pay for it or something. I don't know what your evil conservative ad that did you a solid, but then took so much more. She tried to like catfish your online boyfriend or something, or make him think he's been catfished. I don't know what the woke conservative version of this story would be. Something about like doing you a solid, but something with a car. Well, that was something that Meredith believed, and it's never actually made clear in the movie. Are Ursula and Triton brother and sister? Are they supposed to be siblings? And she's like the next in line, like Scar would be jealous. I like that you can believe that without it being made clear either way. I like that you can wonder about that. Remember when you could wonder about things. That's what Disney movies are really lacking, is wonder. The idea that maybe you could make a wish on a star and wish a puppet alive. Waste of a fucking wish, if you ask me. Oh yeah, I loved how Meredith still laughs her ass off when Ursula says pathetic. I also think it's so funny. It's like it's like the animation works really well with the voice and the song, that like all the music is silenced and then you just see her like lean in with her floaty hair to those eels and like, you know, whisper as loud as she can, pathetic. And it's true, they don't have the kind of confidence she has. She's a big fat pig and she knows she's beautiful. These people are like, I want to be thinner, please, spells Ursula, please. And I help them. Yes, I do. Yeah, I don't know if, I guess I didn't give any context to this, but I saw this movie the other day. We went to a drive-in movie theater. A beautiful nostalgic experience of going to a drive-in movie theater and seeing Disney movies. Oh man, that makes me feel good that like there are people who have passion for going to see 35 millimeter movies on a big screen in under the stars. It was so pretty. It's like a little it's like an hour out of town, so it's like you can see all the stars, and it's like you're looking at the stars and thinking about the uniqueness of every one of them, and how right below them is this movie, this old ass movie on a projector, and it's like slightly the screen is slightly too wide for the movie, so it's a little awkward looking. But the movie too is like a brilliant twinkly star in the distance. It's like a unique thing that took so much energy to produce and is there forever, basically. I mean, it'll eventually be gone. Like the stars will eventually be gone, but it'll take a long ass time. We're gonna be watching that movie, that version of that fairy tale, until the stars explode, because they're never going to make a better version of it. I'm sorry, those live action movies are dog shit. I'm not going to even try watching it because I've seen enough. I've seen what it looks like. It's CG vomit. It's like, you didn't have the ability to make a better version. I mean, it's not like, you know, for Meredith, it was like a direct hit through the heart. So according to her, that movie's perfect. I'll give it like a 90%. I don't know if I'd say perfect. It's really good. They're never going to make a better version of it, and that's the point. That's what makes it perfect. Like, don't fucking remake Goodfellas, or I'll become the mafia and whack you, because that movie is perfect. You wouldn't remake the Pyramids of Giza. You wouldn't remake the fucking, I don't know. You can't revive Laurel and Hardy. These things are once, they're never before and never again. Just like Jim Henson, never before and never again. It's like he created puppets that were so good that it actually brought back puppetry, and then he died and puppets were dumb again. I need coffee. just like Steven Hillenburg. Yeah, I gotta say, there were some really funny artists working on SpongeBob, like what's his name? I always forget his name. Oh, Doug Lawrence. Yeah. Like, Doug Lawrence is like, he's like a storyboard artist, and he also voices Plankton and a bunch of characters on the show. And like, you couldn't do the show without Steven Hillenburg just as much as you couldn't do the show without Doug Lawrence doing my leg and, you know, like all those other things he did. Like, you what? And it's like these things are so essential, like so fucking funny. But like, you know, it's like a Jenga tower. If one of those pieces falls out, the other pieces can't hold it up structurally. You can have Tom Kenny and Roger Bumpass and Doug Lawrence, but you can't really make the show with just like a few pieces. It hurts my soul to think about SpongeBob. I mean, just think about the good times, okay? There was a time, you go back to like the Ripped Pants episode and you see them start like singing. It's like, I get emotional now because, you know, because of how it's recontextualized now. It's like these people were making YouTube poop before YouTube existed. And then YouTube poop was made up of those cartoons. Like, their sense of humor in 1998 or 1999 was on the cutting edge. That's why that show became the biggest shit ever. It was so funny. And I guess it's also based on some classic formulas. Like, I've noticed recently that SpongeBob is kind of like an invention. If you look at all the other Nicktoons before it, like Rocco and Ren and Stimpy and Hey Arnold and Rugrats, Doug and whatever, it's like they took all the best parts of what they learned making those shows to make a perfect show. That's why they don't have any other shows anymore, because they made the show that was perfect, and it was so much more popular. Like, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I witnessed it, and I do have the numbers in front of me for Dog of Wisdom. So I'm living a life exactly like them. I'm making a network that's called Joe, where the Mickey fucking Mouse of it is it's a clear choice. It's a clear winner. You know, it's the dog. It's the red airplane dog. It's not even the Dog of Wisdom. It's like the character's personality is bigger than my own. I think that's maybe what fascinates me about Dog of Wisdom, is that you have a dachshund who has more confidence than I do. It's able to be itself, and I'm able to become that. Dog just doesn't shut up. The dog does not think it ever makes a mistake. Why wasn't the new FrumpleQuest interactive? Well, it's just gonna be a cartoon. YouTube doesn't have annotations anymore, so there's no more clicking on interactive YouTube elements. Those days are over. Speaking of which, should be animating. Executive producer, literally Hitler. Yeah, I was just doing this to talk about the waste that I felt network cartoons are forced to cram into, and they're forced to take so many ideas out. Like, Gravity Falls had a joke about spin the bottle, and they were like, get rid of that. But they still did the joke where the guy's head was unraveled into slivers. They still did the joke where the guy's ears and eyes were swapped. They got away with some shit. It doesn't have any rhyme or reason. And, you know, when it comes to YouTube, either you get demonetized or you keep it as clean as you can. You know, like I had a feeling like literally Hitler was gonna get demonetized, but I didn't actually think it was gonna get blocked in Germany. So if you're in Germany, there's no literally Hitler.
There's no literally Hitler. There never was.
Yeah. Oh my god. We talked about John K. I guess we're doing a lazy stream because I'm not really getting anything done today. Just doodling. But yeah, like this was CalArts before it became like, I don't know, like it's weird to call that CalArts because I guess it is kind of like a Brad Bird thing, because what John K was whining about was this movie and the stuff that reminded him of it, like the Iron Giant. He was whining about the Iron Giant in the same breath that he was talking about Horton Hears a Who. It was like, I think maybe I could see where the line has been drawn from this CalArts style to this CalArts style. It's like, you know what the kid from the Iron Giant looks like, right? He has like the same kind of look as like the Incredibles characters. Like it's like partially realistic, but like looks like he's like, it's like a 2D character, but it looks kind of like they like traced like a maquette, like a 3D model. It's like very dimensional looking is, I guess, Brad Bird's style. It's like, but like, you know, he'll make faces like this, and John K is like, this is cancer. This is ruining animation. Like, smug little asshole. And it's like, I guess he's right. I haven't really noticed that there's quite a bit of faces that look like that. Has anyone in animation since taken an effort to get rid of that, or have they just like, because like they I feel like they sort of responded to people making fun of the DreamWorks face through memes. So like instead the DreamWorks characters would just have like determined look on their face instead of like attitude, raised eyebrow. Like, I don't know, just like Shrek crossing his arms. Instead of like Donkey doing like an attitude face, they just like have him like smiling regular. But yeah, like, you know, animators and voice actors kind of hate that celebrities do voices. Although I can't argue with Eddie Murphy. He's a voice. That is a voice. That is a voice that should be paid millions of dollars to do the voice, because he's got a good voice. I mean, I don't know if anyone should get millions of dollars, but you know, if you're Robin Williams, they'll rip you off and not even respect any of your wishes. Like, they paid him nothing, and then they like went against the contract anyway. It's like, please don't use my likeness to promote the movie. It's like, all right, well, we technically followed the contract and we used your likeness. But yeah, like, Joe, you look like Joe Rogan. Yeah, I'm really pilled. I'm really pilled, guys. I say retarded now. but I don't use it as an insult. Well, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll call someone a retard one day and feel really bad. I mean, you know, I feel like I've reached a point where I can no longer capitulate to the woke mob. That's you know, the Joe Grad experience is like making fun of union people or something. What do you guys think is better, Fall Guys or Stumble Guys? Is there really a Stumble Guys? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised that that game would have copies. The dog has corrupted his channel. People think I'm gonna do stuff because people want me to. That's not how I work. I make whatever I want. I ride a Donko if I feel like it. I'll ride that Donko into the sunset, and everyone will be like, "This isn't funny," and I'll be like, "Riding a Donko." Like, just picture me as a cowboy ranking a Donko into the sunset. Like, I don't get it. It's like, lol, so random. I don't like lol, so random. It's like, I guess that the what is the meaning behind ranking a Donko? That people change permanently, but then they can permanently change back. It's like, imagine if Rankin' a Donko was a sitcom. I thought people liked the unpredictable nature of my channel. Why follow me if I'm just gonna do what you expect? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like there was a point where I could have made the choice to be the something about guy, to be the recap guy, making cartoons like Iron Bad, and then doing a sequel, Indiana Jones. But still, I think people didn't know what I was for. They thought that I was for that. People thought I was supposed to be making more parodies of movies. It's like, people see a pattern. They're like, when's the Dark Knight coming? And it's like, maybe I'll write one. And it's like, this sucks. And I deleted it. I don't have it anymore. It's like, this isn't who I am. People don't get to, just because something is popular, people don't get to tell me what to do. So I started making other shit. I started making Frumple Quest. And it got like 1,000th of the views. I get like 300,000 views for a parody. I get 3,000 views for Frumple Quest. That was over 10 years ago. I still get that same percentage for Frumple Quest. It's just 10 times more. I get like 3 million views for Dog of Wisdom, and I get like 30,000 views for Frumple Quest. Glad you don't put others' interests over yourself. well, I think I also am thinking about their interests. The thing is, and this isn't an insult. This, you know, I might say it a bit beratingly because people don't seem to understand it, but people don't understand. People don't know what they want. You don't know what you want, and it's true for me too. It's true for everyone. You don't know what you want. Maybe you do like certain things. You know what you like, but like I feel like when something brand new that you've never seen before comes out and you like it and you love it, something that you've never seen and now it's one of your favorite things. It was not something you liked before though, but it as a non-existent thing is already something you like. Like, you know, there's some comments I've gotten over the years that are like, I didn't know I needed this, or something like that. Like, they didn't make it, but now their imagination is reproducing it. And they're like, I wonder what Dog of Wisdom 4 would be like. Has anyone told the guy he has to make it? I would love to make it, but only when I can think of an idea. You can still do simple visual parodies as an excuse to do a goofy voice. Dubus Goobus does that regularly to the fault and uses 2 frames for every character. I mean, that sounds like me when I was 19. Dwinkus Winkus makes parodies like that. So does Borfus Galorfus. Squinky Dinky. Do you follow Wimple Dimple? You should do parodies like Crumble Bumble. There are multiple people with names like that, like Dorcas Malorcas, and I don't know. I don't do that anymore. I guess my ego has grown too big. I can't just do like crap fuck. Although I don't know. I thought maybe that was like the Rick and Morty stuff. Yeah. Rick and Morty parody 100 years. Yeah, Rick and Morty parody was, I guess, me trying to knock myself down a peg. Making animation as if it were a McDonald's job. Making myself look like an asshole by insulting other artists. But I felt like that is a great tradition, and that's why I wanted to do it. It's a great tradition, like South Park and Rick and Morty, you know, like they and Family Guy and whoever always takes the opportunity to kick somebody in the shins, and, you know, you don't have to be such an asshole, but also, if it made you laugh, then maybe it's funny, and if it's funny, then maybe other people want to hear it. It was funny, and I loved it when the budget went up by 50 cents per season. Yeah, the art improved, by which I mean I traced it in Flash and colored it in, and also gave it like a terrible shading, and also added AI generated backgrounds instead of a terrible low-res picture of stars in the sky. Oh man, I had so much fun working on that, and I feel like I was so disciplined back then. Right now I'm not even, well, yeah, like I was trying to bring some of that energy to FrumpleQuest, and it's I feel like my ego is too large again. I'm making stuff that looks too good. I should scale back the scale a little bit. Scale back the scale. Roll back the rock. Suck back the cock. And by suck, I mean suck. Like make something that sucks. I feel like we need a little of that. You know, like Israel parody was even shittier. It sucks. But it's fucking funny. I got a comment on one of my shitty fucking videos saying it's one of the best videos on YouTube. I love those shitty videos. They're fun. I implore people to take their shit less seriously. I think that's one of the makings to a good internet video. Having it not be taken, like, I think this looks cute. I think this is a nice looking video, but I also don't know if I believe in trying to make it look like extra good. It's okay. It doesn't have to. It you know, maybe I could add like a couple extra plants, but maybe I won't. All right, I wanted to animate him like digging, like go to the beach and just like dig. I haven't been to the beach all summer. It was 100 degrees yesterday. I'm going to the beach. Rumplecrust is my favorite character. Boy and sister. Please, boy and sister. I love when they are wholesome. The literally Hitler thing has been played out. Alright, let's have this conversation. I've had the opposite comment. People saying, why doesn't Joe just turn it into a sitcom where literally Hitler's their neighbor and they hang out all the time? I mean, that sounds fine for you to tell an AI to do, because it's an extrapolation of a single idea. Like, that's all a sitcom with 100 episodes is an extrapolation, which is why sitcom writers are probably some of the easiest to replace. Well, that's not true, because AI is not funny. They don't know humor. They don't get it. They try and it's embarrassing. I guess it would be nice if a computer had the capability to entertain us, but it doesn't understand human shit like sadness and irony, which are like, you know, building blocks of humor. It doesn't understand pain. It only understands data. So like, you know, it'll tell you like, you're you know, you'd be funnier as a stand-up comedian if you were fat and on drugs, because this guy was fat and on drugs and he was funny. Like, the guy who was fat and on drugs was funny, but not because he was fat and on drugs. You don't have to be either of those things to be funny. You know, like an AI would tell you like, your problem is that you're not a male. You're a female and they're not funny. Symbol.
Yeah, that's it.
Like, you ever play this game and there's like a loudspeaker that's like,
How about that one? Loudspeaker. Get to hear my voice. Get to hear my voice because I'm cute.
that game probably was an inspiration, the Banjo-Kazooie, like, for me doing voices like that. So it's so fun. I famously constantly rail on voice actors in video games because you're trying to read and listen at the same time, and even though I'm the slowest reader in the world, it's still 100 times faster than these voice actors can do their lines. So I end up mashing through the lines and not listening to their voices, which I usually find to be too much anyway. Like, why don't you just let me imagine what it sounds like from reading the text? It's like you actually did more work than was necessary a lot of the time. But then you have games where it's just like, it's like I can get behind that. Yeah, like that's just hilarious. Dog of Wisdom 9 out of 11. Cat of Wisdom 1940s. What happened to Joe? I just cut my hair. I'm actually the same guy. I mean, I did have like several consecutive mental breakdowns, but I'm still alive. If you want to know what happened to Joe, the pandemic got to him. The stress from the pandemic really got to me. I think it was a little more than that, but any amount of describing this to a therapist would hold them depressed and isolated, like severely. I have anger issues. I went through a breakup, and I feel like you know, I'm not feeling terrible about the breakup, but I was also like alone during the pandemic because of that. And, there was weeks where I went without seeing people. Like I would actually go weeks, months without seeing a human being. Midlife crisis. I mean, probably have another one when I'm 40. Glad you bounced back. You're good company. Well, yeah, I mean, I did stream a lot in those days, but yeah, I didn't have any actual human interaction. Sorry to hear that. I don't know any good advice for breakups besides eating an orange once in a while. I mean, it happened like 6 years ago, so you don't really need to tell me anything. Although an orange sounds lovely. I'm sure my ex-girlfriend would love one too. Well, no, I mean, like, me and Danielle, we like we like sort of broke up and we sort of were never together. we're still like, it's like, you know, I hope she don't mind me talking a little about this, but we're still like kind of on the same level as we were when we were together, where we were working together, like, you know, working very well together. And I feel like whenever I have conversations with her, we still have that. We're still working together really well. It's just that we don't get to do it as often because she didn't want to be in the business anymore. But like, the relationship was not working out, and when we broke up, we didn't really change the dynamic we had that much. So we sort of broke up, and we sort of were never together. But we were always like, we were always good friends and partners. Still kind of are, you know, not partner in that way. I'm okay with that. It's like, you know, she's got someone else. It was tough being in a relationship with her. I'm happy we're friends. But yeah, I felt like I lost my mind a little from the isolation because we weren't together anymore, and I felt like I was still so attached to her. You know, coupled with me losing a lot of my cool in the last few spaces I existed online, like Twitter. I don't use it anymore, but it's because, you know, it's because Elon took it over. I was like, there's no way I'm gonna ever tweet again, and I deleted my account. I'm judging those bastards who said they were gonna leave because of Elon and then didn't. Judging you and your bastards. I'm judging your bastardry. Is that a fair thing to judge people for? Fine if you use Twitter, just don't be like, Twitter trend of the day, I'm leaving Twitter. And then they tweet every single day after that. It's like they never stop tweeting. They just said they're leaving Twitter. Here's my Blue Sky. Anybody got Blue Sky invites? I need a Blue Sky invite so I can check turnip prices. Not NFTs though. Bad. But join this website that doesn't need to exist, made by the guy who made the other website that he sold. Blue Sky is all bots. I mean, I'm sure it works for some people, although I guess Twitter still works. The nicest thing I can say about Twitter is that it works, but it's a toxic environment. Is like the worst fucking place to be stuck during a pandemic. I was like so mad that I couldn't even like properly identify a target to be mad at. I guess a lot of the people I was mad at were probably bots. You know, you argue with some asshole on Twitter, might not even be a person. It's just a fucker bot. Zucker bot. Tumblr is objectively the best social media platform. Yeah, I haven't used it in forever though. I was pissed off because they put like a shitty wall. They're like, they have like a wall, like Twitter is a wall that you can't look at it. You can't look at somebody's page unless you're logged into Tumblr. And I wasn't feeling it, so I haven't been using Tumblr for like 10 years. I mean, I guess I actually deleted Tumblr before that. Yeah, I don't know. You know, my sister talks about co-host being good, saying that people actually post good shit on it. It looks kind of like Tumblr when Tumblr was new. Tumblr's dead. Everything is dead if it has like your grandma on it. Like, it's dead by the time your grandma is on it. Like, Twitter is just boomer hell and has been for a decade. It's like Facebook is boomer hell. Twitter is boomer hell. Tumblr, maybe it's not boomer hell, so maybe that's the one thing it has over those other platforms. There's like a Fediverse, but I don't really follow that many people on it because people are just like too impatient to pick a fucking instance. Like, how do I do it? Is it an app store? Can I click on it? Can I press on it? Is there ads? Do I get to be stupid on it? Does it take 0 brain power to figure out? Does it take 4 seconds to pick an instance? Like, oh, well, I'm able to pick an instance, but my 10,000 people I want to follow are too stupid to do that. So I guess there's no fucking Fediverse. It's like, what, are you kidding? It's not even on the App Store? How can my idiot brain comprehend this shit? Like, Twitter at one point was like a Dorcas site, and now the Dorcases are all just like on heroin and like drowning in their $6 trillion yacht at the bottom of the ocean. Didn't a billionaire get murdered or something? Meet the new crypto king and say goodbye as he goes down with his ship. Like, you know, Dorcases were like, yeah, Twitter is a cool developer platform. I can integrate it with this, and this, and this. Fun. Now there's a Twitter button on every website. I'm not 5. You're 5. Yeah, you're 5. Dog rap battle. All right, I'll make it next year. I'm going to invent a Twitter analog that charges 2 cents to post. Called 2 cents. You can post up to 24 times a day. No ads because the 2 cents will be the main revenue for the app. That does sound good. I agree that people should pay to tweet because no one gives a shit unless you're paying. Your 2 cents are not accepted here. Your 2 cents are some ugly idiot crypto scam, and they're not real money. It's like that's how everyone's tweets are. They're all just like AI generated bullshit, so it doesn't have any value to tweet. If you actually had to pay, suddenly everything would be worth at least 2 cents. Even if it's a dumb take, it'd be like, well, they paid for it. Get what you pay for. Yeah, but like, then is that a good platform if everybody is like paying 2 cents? I guess you could do some sort of a token, like give you know, like bits, give people a currency, and you pay 2 cents. It costs 2 cents, and you know, it's not like a cryptocurrency, I guess, because for like a bigger transaction than just 2 cents. Although I guess you could still do an exit scam where you steal millions of dollars from people because there were so many people on the website, and then you like took the 2 cents, but it was like 1,000,000,000 cents because like people had like wallets. This is what people. This was like the SEC sues people over for like crypto schemes. Like never put cryptocurrency on a website. Never put your cryptocurrency on some website wallet. They're scamming you if they're doing that. That happens over and over, and I don't understand how people could be that dumb. It's like, you know, it's maybe unlikely that Coinbase is gonna go under and steal millions of dollars, but I also wouldn't keep that much money there. I would only keep what's convenient on a website, on an exchange. You know, like these exchanges are going to take that money. They're going to run away. They're going to flee the country. If they haven't already fled the country, set like a time bomb for the website. It's like if the website goes down, that means you can't access your wallet. I haven't even read about this. I could just tell that if you had like a crypto exchange where people can put their money on the site, that's like scam, or like a scam in the making. It's like a what do you call it? Like they'll be tempted to do it even if they promise not to. Even, you know, even if they say, I'm a good person, I'm definitely not doing that, they can still be tempted into stealing hundreds of millions of dollars, you know, giving that crypto to some other, like to some unknown source and making that money. Or just like putting it in a wallet and hiding it at the bottom of the ocean. People never find you. This is like the guy who's dead now because he took too much heroin. He took too much fentanyl, and now he's dead. But he got away with it, and his money is trapped in that cryptocurrency wallet and can never be taken out. All right, you gotta go away. I know there's no rules in this chat room, but like, there's no being uncool. It's like we got people just like yelling at everyone else. AI isn't funny on purpose. Oh yeah, that's a good point. AI can be funny by accident. That's still a human being funny because you had to tell it. You had to train it to know that it even did something funny. It doesn't know it did something funny if it just generates a silly looking image by accident. And even if you told it, it doesn't know how to replicate that thing that made you laugh. Hey, maybe a lot of the people worried about AI just aren't that funny. Have you considered that you're maybe just not that funny? Have you? It's like the evil AI, the based AI is just like, have you considered that you're not funny? Have you considered putting on 20 pounds, shaving your head, becoming a man, and going whoop, 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 whoop? Like, it has no idea of what makes that funny. It'll just tell you the formulas it knows for making people laugh. Well, you know, there are people who report that AI is biased or racist. I can certainly see a very unfunny AI resorting to racist humor for cheap laughs. Because it's unable to get laughs otherwise. Oh yeah, someone was asking, can they be wholesome? Can the boy and sister be wholesome? The literally Hitler thing's been played out. I think the Hitler thing is important though. It's like the brother and sister are supposed to be likable, but I don't know if you actually care that much about them unless something is threatening to take their lives away. I think that, you know, that doesn't happen in every episode, but I guess it might need to be a little bit more higher stakes for you to have ever felt that. Like, that's how I felt about them. It's like I have these characters that I've never really done anything with except the Santa Claus animation. It's like, well, what if they were about to die? What if Hitler was going to kill them? Wouldn't you save them? And it's like, yeah, of course. Of course I'd save them. And like I wanted their personalities to come out. Like, you know, Audrey was a furry like Hitler. That's how she was able to save the day. These characters are kind of like, they're kind of like, I don't know, they're kind of shitty at the beginning of the cartoon. I wanted them to be not just, you know, one-dimensional. And yeah, I did want it to be like sincerely wholesome, like they actually love each other. But it's like, even that should be painful, like having to accept a hug from your sister. Another thing Gravity Falls addressed. Coming in second is like hugging your sister. I mean, it can be very comforting to have a sibling who is just so much like you. That's, you know, that's the... That's, you know, that's the magic of being a twin. There's one person on Earth who is, like, the most like you than anyone else. And, you know, if they're also a girl, it's like they're not your identical twin, but they're still the most like you, or at least they're as much like you as one of your other siblings, but they're your age, so they're close in that way. It's like twins can read each other's minds. It's not because we're psychically linked. It's just because we're on the same cycle. Like, you know how Mario enters a level and the platforms start moving? It's like the speedrunner's like, gotta make this first cycle. It's like getting to the bus in time so that you don't have to wait for the next cycle. It's like you're born at the same time as somebody. You see everything they see. You have the same brain almost. As close as you can get without being an identical twin. You see a lot of similarities in fraternal twins. I guess I don't understand it fully, but I think it has to do with just like being the same age as someone and experiencing a lot of the same stuff. It's like my older sister, she's 4 years older than me. We have like a little different dynamic, but she's also almost like a twin of me. She's like she draws similar to me. She animates. She makes similar work to me. Although you know, 4 years older and a woman, so it's different subject matter. She's a different person, but I feel like we process some of the same information exactly the same way, and I think that's really funny. Yeah, okay. I guess that's That's how I would summarize it, is that Audrey and Victor can literally read each other's thoughts, but in real life it's more about you just processing information very similarly to your sibling. Like you'll say something and then they laugh because they were just about to say that. It happens all the time with my twin and my older sister. My older brother is a little bit different. He's on a way different cycle from me. Although we're both interested in World War I. He was very happy that I put a Zeppelin in my cartoon. That's another thing that people probably don't think about much, but there are certain things that are personal like that like, you know, having a specific interest in World War I and even bonding with my older brother over that interest. And then like him talking about it nonstop that I included a Zeppelin and felt like he was very seen and said that I did that for him. And I suppose I did. Or I did it because of him. I mean, I do a lot of things because of him, and he doesn't realize it, and I don't even think about it. Like being named Joe was my brother's idea. It's a good shortened version of my real name. Nobody calls me John except my dad. Nobody calls me Johnny anymore because I'm not 7 anymore. Nobody calls me Jonathan because I'm not in a relationship anymore. And most people just call me Joe. Everyone in my family basically calls me Joe. Joe's the ultimate name. Well, I like Joe. I don't, you know, I'm not Joseph. I feel like Joseph is someone else. Joe is just short for Jonathan. You know, Joseph is different biblical character. Jonathan was somebody else. There was some knight named Jonathan. I don't know the story that well. I just remember there was like a Belle and Sebastian song about Jonathan and David. It's like they had a relationship. I mean, maybe it was really a relationship. Jonathan and David might have been gay. But my name is Jonathan David, so it's like two biblical figures. David the king, Jonathan the knight. Like, Jonathan means gift from God. David means beloved. So, I don't know. It's not, yeah, I mean, I like my name. I just like Joe. Joe just is short for that. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean I'm not Joseph. Joseph was the guy with the coat. Where did Gran come from? That comes from a Russian version of a Polish name, Granovsky. Like, I think you have to roll it, like, or I don't know what you call that sound. It's like a Jewish sound. It's like the you would say challah, challah. It's a type of bread instead of challah, which is also acceptable. It's just like the old way of saying it in like a Russian or Hebrew accent would be like challah, or like Hanukkah instead of Hanukkah, which is sort of a you know, we do this shit with Japanese too. I think it's like you have to Americanize it a little, you have to anglicize it a little bit so that it's like something you can actually pronounce. Like guacamole is like guacamole, you know, that kind of thing. So challah, you can say challah. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But if you want to look so cool by showing how much you know about bread, you could say challah, which is the proper pronunciation. But yeah, gran sounds foreign. So does Granovsky. So it got shortened to Gran. Little history, a little personal history. I mean, I don't want to share too much about my personal family history, but there also isn't very much to share. I don't know that much about it because we're all like immigrants from like Russia and whatever. I believe Granovsky was changed twice. I think it started out as a Polish name and it was changed to sound more Russian, and now it's just confusing. People don't know any other Grans. I guess Granovsky and Granov are also names derived from the same name. I wanted like do something with a bad guy whose sidekick was named Khanevsky. I'll do that in FrumpleQuest. Trust your friends. Talk like a Jew. But yeah, like there's a meme about Hamas, even though there is no ha in the word. Just how dumbasses sound. Watch your fucking back. Kick your ass. In it fast. What is that? Hamas? Trying to sound Jewish? Hey, the Israel bots finally subsided. I guess they went somewhere else. I guess they went to the West Bank instead. Israel. People are sleeping on Real Illusion Cartoon Animator. It lets you do mocap, but put 3D animations on 2D characters. Yeah, I mean, what is this? Take my Discord. Join the Discord. Only $2 a month. I feel like if you tweeted 10 times a day, you'd realize how much 2 cents costs. I mean, 20 cents? You cost you 20 cents a day to use Twitter? Holy fuck shit. That's not good. You don't want to do that. Who wants that? That's like $1.25 a week. Or like $1.20. Wait, no, 20 cents a day? Like $1.40. The fuck? Cost me $1.40 a week to use Twitter? Times 4? That's like $5. That's like $6. That costs almost as much as Netflix. Holy shit, people pay more for Twitter now. They'd probably actually save money if they paid per tweet, because they'd stop tweeting. Yo, it should cost money because you'd reclaim so much of your time, which is also worth so much more money. Money where you could be spending it working instead of doom scrolling. I have to doom scroll. It's my job. It's my job that I pay money to do. Yeah, like, imagine being one of those people who pays $10 a month to doom scroll. I mean, I know you're out there in the audience. Not judging, it's just, come on. Ooh. Like, it's like, you know how Zim spends like 20 years stuck in a small spaceship with Gur, who won't stop singing the Doom song? It's like people are paying to do that.
He's malfunctioning. It sounds like this.
Like, people are paying $10 a month for that. Like, we we are suffering so much as a race because of the stupid social media shit. Like, social media is government. Social media is governing the world. And like, people think they have to be on that so they can have any control. But it does not give you any control. It takes all the control away from you. Like, you think you're doing something good going on Twitter and like informing yourself with all the like horrors of the world every single day? And you know, you gotta do what's important to you, but like, you're not actually saving the world just by being informed. Like, at some point it just becomes irritating to even hear it, because it's just a bunch of phonies trying to capitalize on what people care about every single time. Every fucking time. It's like whenever like a shooter shoots up a school and kills a bunch of like screaming kindergartners, we always have to hear everyone's dumb fucking opinions about it as if that's the news. Like, shut up. What an excellent campaign. Shut up. Like, there's gotta be, we have to find a zen as a society if we're going to have one. We need to not make everything contentious, sensational. Like, oh, he said the R word. Like, go back to like the 1930s. Go work for Philip Seymour Hoffman, whatever his name was. The yellow journalism guy. Fuck Philip Seymour Hoffman. I hope he's rotting in hell.
Shut up!
No, what was his name? It was some three-named idiot. It was like the guy who's responsible for everything that's ever bad happened. Like, weed is illegal because of Charles Foster Kane. That wasn't his name either, but you get the idea. Jonathan Taylor Thomas. The yellow journalism guy. He cut down all the trees in the world, banned marijuana, ruined the atmosphere, ruined the ecosystem, the economy. They got everyone killed, arrested, maimed, whatever. I don't fucking know. Charles Foster Kane, biggest douche in the universe. What was his fucking name? It doesn't matter because he's dead, and we made a good movie based on his life, but we hate him. We hate him, right, fellas? That's like people love talking about the Simpsons lines they know other people are gonna remember and love, but I like talking about the ones that only I think are funny, or at least I wish I was able to do it more often. I mean, there are Simpsons lines that make up the parts of your brains that form certain words. Like if I say we hate him, that's funny because it's like assuming everybody in the room agrees with me, and then like everybody in the room is just indifferent. Like, well, that is a funny gag that I'm sure a bunch of people remember. Where like he's like, oh, look, Homer's here, Mr. I'm too good for alcohol. We hate him, and everyone's just he's like we hate him, right, guys? And everyone's just like, ugh. And like then Homer is like, no, I changed my mind. I'm getting a beer. And he's like, hey, look, everybody, Homer's back. And everyone's just like, ugh. They're all just completely indifferent. But like, I think the part that's really funny is not even the joke. The funny part is Moe's face when he's like, we hate him. There's a channel called Things I Can't Find Otherwise that just uploads all the Simpsons clips that they couldn't find online. Yeah, this one's not here. Maybe I'll go on Things I Can't Find Otherwise and leave a comment asking if they can upload the gag where Homer comes back and Moe's like, we hate it. Oh, I found it. It's here. By his favorite Simpsons gags. Oh my god. Alright. The audio is available for you to listen.
Well, look who it is. Mr. I don't need alcohol to enjoy life. We hate him, right, fellas?
I'll just like get the funniest frame of this animation.
We hate him, right, fellas?
We hate him. This. Barney's ass, like right there. Anyway, I've done one frame of one drawing starting this stream.
Hate him, right, fellas?
Mo?
This is the most.
Hey, everybody! Homer's back!
God, I wish I could show this, but it's like Firefox can't pop this video out because of like the format, I guess. Just like snip this image though. Like, this is like the kind of animation error they would never allow you to get away with now. But I strongly believe that this is funny. This guy appears twice. I strongly believe that this is not only funny, but nobody cares. Does anyone care? I did the worst fucking animation errors. Yes, I was aware of them before publishing the video. I did. Pete has like a wristwatch that is just constantly disappearing, moving to the other hand. It doesn't matter. Nobody cares. It doesn't disrupt anything, so nobody notices. If there were two Barneys, maybe you'd notice. But there's two of that guy whose name no one can He's like, it's like, he's like generic enough that there could be two guys that look just like that. Awkward as fuck. It's like, this is like when Homer is high on peppers, is hallucinating. He would see like two of that guy. Honestly, I like your original animations. Literally anything you think of. I get most popular gets most views, but everything you make is great. I really try to go against. I try to go against the peer pressure. I really try to go against the pressure of making more of what people demand, because I believe, and I really try to hold strongly to that belief, that people don't know what they want until you give it to them. So if I was to give them something they're not familiar with, they'd say the same thing as something that they know they love. They'll be like, more of that, more of that, more of that. Like, they would love that. Add the sound clip on your soundboard. Maybe that one's kind of log. He's like, do you know what it's like to cut past the peer pressure and something? Say 9/11 was an inside job and lose half of the radio stations I was on.
You are cursed to hell! You know what's like, don't you ruin my life?
I don't actually use these buttons too often, so I don't know where they are.
You commit evil!
This is a mistake,
system.
having all of these so spread out.
How dare you, you flat sucker! You disgrace! Sucker! Sucker!
Okay, there's two of that. I can hear it twice.
Sucker! You disgrace! Sucker! Sucker! Sucker!
Right?
Sucker!
I feel like that's not supposed to sound. It's like twice as loud.
Flat. You know, artist. Who are you? You disgrace!
That's the best one. If I had to pick just one Doug Levinson.
You disgrace! Who are you? You know, artist. You know, artist.
This one I feel like is too mean.
You know, artist. You know, artist.
I can't say that to anyone. You're no artist.
You know, artist. You disgrace!
This one is just like over the top.
Disgrace! You disgrace!
like if someone says, "All right, guys, I gotta go to bed," I could be like,
"You disgrace!"
I would really prefer if you would be quiet.
I would really prefer if you would be quiet. It's like someone's like, "I have to go to bed," and you say, "I would really prefer."
I would really prefer if you would be quiet. I would really prefer. I would really prefer if you would be quiet.
Oh, add Mo? We hate it. Maybe.
You know what's like, don't you ruin my life? You are cursed to hell!
Well, that I should just like have memorized. I should just have memorized and do it as a trick. Like, you want to hear me do an Alex Jones impression? Or no, wait. It should do like a Seth Rogen impression when I introduce myself at a party. I'll be like, "Hey, you want to hear me do an Alex Jones impression?" Okay. Hey, that's Alex Jones. It's basically just a Seth Rogen impression, but a little faster and lower pitched. No laughing. No Jewish laughing. No soy boy laughing. We don't laugh. We're serious. We're all serious. We're very serious men. Like a serious man. Reminds me of Milkshake from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. I don't think I could do that voice. I've never really tried. What is something he says? He's like talking to a woman. And he's like, "You're just inhaling them. You're so fat. It's no wonder." Something like that. We didn't save any. There's not even any bones left. I don't remember what he says. Anyway, this this image of Barney and the other guys at the bar, so depressing. This is so sad. Like after he orders the beer, he looks at them again, and they're even more depressing looking. Oh my god, I have that episode, don't I? What's that called? It's like, is it Duffless? Duffwitch? I don't have it. I thought I had the Simpsons like. I thought I had Simpsons the. Like, okay, let me see if I can find it. There's a part seconds later after this scene happens where he is about to drink the beer, but then he looks around at these guys again, and I'm pretty sure the animation error is there in a different scene again. And that guy might even, I feel like the guy with the trucker hat might even be duplicated.
You're flat.
You flat. Simpsons the Sopranos. God. Season 4, I guess. Yeah, it's this one, right? So you're the guy who's been making these videos. I feel like you're like a cop, and you're like, oh, so you're the guy who's been making these moonshine. Oh, so he's hiding in the stove, eh? You're the guy. You're coming with me. Yeah, I've been making these videos. I've been going. I'm cute. I'm cute. I'm really, really cute. I'm cute. I'm really, really cute. I'm cute. I'm really, 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 really cute. I'm cute. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was looking for an episode of The Simpsons, so I could find an animation error that matters to me. I have to use VLC for it to. Let me not actually air an episode of The Simpsons on my stream, or else Disney will copyright you. Uh-oh. How did this happen? The Simpsons is a Disney property. Disney's just like a money-making entity. Their messaging is all over the place, but they pretend like it's not. I feel like everything is still like really shitified. Oh, where's that VLC give? This source? Oh, that's putting in a video. Capture. Saw this. Oh, I see. It's like off the screen. Up there, and it's all. Oh, fuck. What the freak? DLC source is set to Windows Media Player, though. Okay. Is it not showing? It's not showing. Alright, let's try it with media instead. Alright, let's find the part where he's like,
Mr. I don't need alcohol to enjoy life. We hate him, right, fellas?
you're right. I should make a sound clip of that. We hate him and put that on my soundboard. All right, but before I get distracted with that, let me just see if I was right. I don't know if I remembered this correctly, but I'm pretty sure he looks around at these guys and they're all, yeah, it's there again. He's right there. Two of him. There are three other guys that you never see before. Like, you never see these guys again. They all killed themselves after this. This guy kills himself all the time because there's two of him. There's too many of him.
Oh, yesterday you called Homer a worthless sack of...
Pipe down, rubber-duck.
Oh, yesterday you called Homer a worthless sack of...
Pipe down, rubber-dub.
Oh.
Oh.
Come on, Homer. Do it for your old pal, Moses.
Show them again.
Oh,
Yeah, it
yesterday
does.
you called Homer a worthless sack of...
Pipe down,
Yep,
rubber-dub.
you can see this dude again. There's two of him.
Put it in the fridge, Mo. I've got a date with my wife.
You'll be back. And so will you. And you.
All right, let me turn this off before I get copyright killed by Pissney. Yeah, there were two of that asshole, and they show it in three scenes, in three shots. It shows him twice. I didn't see two of them. Yeah, I mean, I guess they also didn't see it. Most people don't notice. Nobody cares. It doesn't matter. They did this because it was easy for them to do it. No, that's a mistake. Those guys are probably on different cells, and some of them move and some of them don't. So like, it was like two different people, right, that weren't communicating. I guess it could have been the same guy making two drawings of the guy, or maybe they had a note saying that we're moving this guy over to there, and it's like, oh, we accidentally put two of him, and it's like they didn't even notice any of this until they filmed it, and then the director was like, what do we do? Let's just run it like this because it's like we noticed way too late. There's lots of errors in the show. I'm sure we could just like watch a little and find one by accident. Although I don't think I'm allowed to like show The Simpsons. Let's watch The Simpsons. Marge, I got a new scheme to make money. All we have to do is put Simpsons episodes on YouTube and monetize them. Like, you would get like 100,000 views if you were able to do that without it getting taken down. You would get like so many views for uploading The Simpsons to YouTube. The only streaming version of it is on Disney Plus. It's like everything is AI upscaled and AI like widened or whatever. Looks shitty. They removed the Michael Jackson episode because their customers are mental babies who don't have free will or agency, or and they're in their 40s and they still live with their parents who have like a conservatorship over them. This is what it said. It literally says all of this in the fine print of the Disney Plus contract. It says you're a literal 40-year-old man-child who's obsessed with the past and nostalgia, and we own your soul and your firstborn, which you will never have. Should you have a firstborn, your options for baby names are as follows: 1, Mickey; 2, Elsa; 3, Buzz Lightyear; 4, Captain America; and Marge. You're allowed to name your child one of these things. Leia, Luke and Leia are allowed, but only if you have twins. And if you have twins, we're going to separate them, just like in the movie. So Luke will live as a pauper, and Leia will live as a princess, and they will never know each other until after they make out. They will find out they're related. It says all of this in the Disney Plus contract. And if your family gets torn apart by some intergalactic space war, they are free from persecution or prosecution. If you end up being a hero and saving the universe, they also take credit for all that because they own the story of your life before it even happens. It says all this. It says all of this in the Disney Plus contract. People treating actual babies as an OC is so fucking hilariously common. No! That's interesting that you say that, because I feel like the way people treat their OCs is kind of weird. Like, it's just like those fuckers on Instagram. They're like, look at my baby! Like, I feel like I was just around parents that were just having the conversation that, like, what these kids do is adorable, but like, that doesn't mean it has to be shown to everybody. Like, let boys be boys. It doesn't have to be content. It doesn't have to be shared. You know, it doesn't have to be shared. It doesn't have to be something online. And I feel that way about your OCs. Stop showing me them. Start giving them a life to live. Then maybe I'll see what kind of stories played out in their lives, as opposed to just, here's my OC, they're in a costume, they're in an outfit, they look so cute in their little outfit. I feel like people parading around their OCs is a little disrespectful. I feel as if you don't need to do that. Just make a story with them as if people already know who they are. Right? Just make a story with your OCs as if people already knew who that was. It's like, if you don't know who FrumpleQuest is, it only takes a minute to really get what he's all about. He's a brain-damaged, impatient, immature, psychopathic dumbass with incredible luck stats. Like, the best luck stats. He put all of his stats into luck, and none into strength, none into defense, none into intelligence. He doesn't need those things. You look like Jesse from Breaking Bad. Oh, well, last time somebody said I looked like Walter, so I did a Walter impression. So I guess I have to do a Jesse impression. Hey, yo, bitch, where's Blonic 3? How long are we gonna wait for Dog of Wisdom, yo? Yo, that shit Dog of Wisdom was chronic. He doesn't talk like that. Like, yo, bitch, where's my money? That's what's up. Yeah, magnets. Your science. Psychologically, art is similar to giving birth. It's why people get really precious about it. I had a teacher who he said that like making art, making animation, like, you know, I don't know if this is true at all. This is like that Google memo that got the guy eviscerated for that, you know, just talking about differences between men and women. My teacher once theorized that men have a drive to create animation because they can't actually create life the way women can, you know. Like it's appealing to men because they can't get pregnant, but they still have that desire. And like making an animation is a little bit like carrying a child. It's like being pregnant for a long time. And well, you know, I think oh my god, the like most annoying to listen to conversation ever was an argument between Joe Rogan and Adam Conover about trans athletes. And like after listening for like 30 seconds, I'm like exhausted with both of these assholes, and I'm also skeptical if either of them even really give a shit about this. Like, this is just a thing to argue about online to get views. I don't care. These guys are grifters. Can't stand listening to that conversation. Like, but yeah, like they would say things that sounded weird, like men are good at sports because blah 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 because they invented it. And it's like, why are there? I mean, there are great female animators too. Just, you know, have to know stuff to know about them. I don't give a shit about athletes in general. Well, there was something I saw this morning, and I guess I'm a little like that, where like something will happen, or like some idea will offend me, and I'll be like, you can't be racist in sports, that's cheating. It's like, you know, you could be a racist asshole and get beat up if you want, but like you do that in a sport, isn't that cheating? That's like psychological. That's like a low blow. Like that would be considered illegal if it was a punch. But on the other hand, it might be a cheat code for the other guy to win, because I saw it happen in a video clip. The guy was like, it was like an Arab and an Israeli in a fighting match, and it's like, terrorist. He calls him a terrorist, and then the next day he loses to that guy. It's like, I don't know if it's giving him the power by making him more determined. I don't know if it does that, or if it's just, maybe it's like the sign of the weaker guy that he's trying to use low blows and it doesn't even work. Yeah, that's some weak shit. Like, I do get passionate about that, and I suppose what I've seen, at least in this instance, shows me that it's not actually what I think, where like you could do that and cheat and get away with it. Instead, it's like he tried to cheat and he lost anyway, and that's how things should be, and that's probably how things usually are, right? Every conversation I've had with hardcore martial arts fans are profoundly racist. So when will we get Palestine parody? I mean, I think I made fun of the militants a little by saying they were kind of dumb, like Beavis and Butthead. They're like these untrained teenagers that are the big problem that we need to send in the military to get rid of. When a policeman with a bullet could have gotten rid of those guys. It doesn't make fun of the I mean, I guess it makes fun of the Palestinians a little, but like, you know, what is the Palestine parody? The Palestine parody is some stupid shit on TikTok made by racist Israelis. That's not funny. If you're racist and it's funny, that's a different story. Like, well, I don't know. Like is Robin Williams doing a voice of like a shady Arab businessman racist? Does that make people hate Arabs more? Is that what we think? Is that what we think now? Because you know, on one hand you shouldn't make people hate, but on the other hand you should act like they're people like anybody else. You know, you can make a villain who's Arabic, for instance. You don't have every single person like reflecting the same attitudes. I feel like Disney always thought I'm just rephrasing what I said what I said yesterday on Thingus, but like Disney at every point thought they were being sensitive and not racist. They always thought they were being not racist, even with the Aristocats. They thought that the like me Reiki fried rice caricature was not offensive. Or maybe they thought it was just like foreign enough that you could get away with it. Like there's no people like that are going to be watching this. No people who would see that as offensive to them are going to be seeing this. Or like we got some other caricatures. There's a Russian cat and an Austrian cat too. It's all in good fun, right, guys? And now they're just like, we're so ashamed. We're so ashamed. We're so ashamed. Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Except look at it to see how ashamed we are, because we're that ashamed. That's how ashamed. We see how bad it is, and we're really ashamed. And we are doing the Aristocats again, probably. But we're not going to have that character. We're taking him out back and showing him in the back of the head, because... Because even though we own that and don't steal it, we're going to pretend we don't know who he is and we don't own him. Don't worry, in like 75 years, we'll bring him back, but as like a less offensive version. Because people are going to be having conversations by 75 years from now about how, even though that cat was racist, they like the caricature of a Asian looking cat, like an anthropomorphic cat that looks like an Asian person. You know, I'll be saying that because I say that now. I think there's definitely a line that crosses into like stereotypes, but I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with this idea of having a cat of every ethnicity of human in this cartoon. And it's like, that's kind of fun, don't you think? And I think I have a little sympathy for the artists who came up with that, because they were probably thinking some version of that at the time. But they were also probably thinking some racist thoughts about Asians, because we were at war with Asians at the time, probably. I forget if, yeah, it was the 60s. So yes. They were probably thinking, man, we still hate Japan even though that ended, and now we hate Vietnam, and now we hate Siamese, whatever that is. And now we're like, we love Siamese, whatever that is. We're not racist anymore. We were racist once. They didn't think that then, though. They thought they were being sensitive at every point. And Robin Williams, you know, he does all kinds of accents. He doesn't seem to even have a real voice. He does that many voices. He does so many voices, I don't even know what his voice is. He has like voices that he uses more than others, but like, you know, like the characters he voices, like even the genie, have like an Arabic slant to it. And he sings in Arabic, and he sings songs that are made in an Arabic mode. So it's like I don't know if that's like some sort of evil appropriation if you're a white person writing that. Like, I don't think there's, you know, like you know, the music in Shantae is probably not made by a real Arabic guy, right? Like Vert is probably not really Arabic, is he? I think the only reason that would matter to me is if they can bring something to the table that someone with preconceived notions as an American wouldn't have, you know. But like, if you asked a real Arab to tell you the story of Aladdin, first of all, they'd pronounce it differently. He'd pronounce it Aladdin, and the genie would probably be like more stereotypical than your sensitive American sensibilities can handle. It's like the genie is like a slave. He's an archetype of a slave. Like that's something that, you know, we cover with blue paint, I guess. But, you know, if Frumple is blue, what race is that? Well, I don't know if I want to explain my cartoon that much, but yeah, I mean, I'll say it on stream because nobody will know it. Like 30 people listening who will know this. Like, their color is like whatever the soil, whatever the soil color is their color. I don't know. That's one interpretation I have of it. But I mean, that's not really how skin color works in real life. I just feel like there's an emphasis on minerals in this cartoon. So like the people, in my opinion, would look like they're made of the land they came from. They're made of the minerals that exist in their bodies. But I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't overthink it either. Like the fact that he's blue, I would just say that he's not a shark, but is sort of meant to resemble one. So like if he looks a little bit like a shark or a dolphin, that's fine. It doesn't mean he's supposed to be a dolphin. Although I don't know, I could come up with something on the spot. Maybe I already came up with this. Is Frumplecust related to Chillfin? Is he the ancestor? I don't know. I think he's related to me. I think I'm related to him. Everything is made up and the points don't matter. Everything is made up and the points don't matter. Doesn't matter. Don't overthink it. I feel like this cartoon is really just trying to be funny, trying to be goofy. I do want there to be a little bit of story, but I'll keep it as little intrusive as I can. Like it shouldn't get away. It shouldn't get in the way with. It shouldn't get in the way of the gags. The main point. Like yeah, like the story should give you gag ideas. The story shouldn't like. And like I feel like if something funny isn't happening for like more than 5 seconds, people are gonna bail on this, and I don't blame them. And if it lingers for more than like 3 minutes, I feel like people are gonna bail on it. Like people are gonna bail in the first 15 seconds. What? I guess it's maybe different for YouTube videos because you have to actually like click on it. But like how quickly do people bail? I think it was actually a higher percentage of watched for the Frumplequest video, which even though it got less views, it did get a higher percentage of people watching the whole thing, and that was good. And I did get a spike in views after that. It may be a coincidence because it wasn't for that video, but I don't know. Maybe YouTube YouTube might recognize that my videos were uploading more frequently, so they boosted me again or some shit. I don't know how it works, but it's not up to you if your shit goes viral or gets popular. And I hate that that's the thing, but it's all right. Sometimes people don't see your video until years later, and I guess that's just a thing. It just happens. Maybe like a bunch of people saw it a year ago and clicked not interested, and it like eventually like erased the data that said that they were not interested and brought back the recommendation. Crumple is blue. What race is that? I mean, yeah, I don't think there's really an answer to why he's blue. It's just a character design. He's he's blue for reasons that I guess I theorize but can't confirm. I don't know. I feel like I understand my cartoon more than other people, but I'm also just an observer. I'm also just like doing it in my style, which is the best you can do, right? Your style is just the best you can do. So I gave you $2. Buy yourself a third packet of pistachios? Thanks! I love pistachios. Although, a third of a packet? Good gravy. Yeah, like I was thinking $2. How many pistachios is that? Like one? Like half of one? Yum, pistachios. Give me the pistachios. Will Audrey and Victor go woke in the next episode? Thank you, awesome animations. Audrey and Victor were always woke because they are Jewish. That's woke. Like, I feel like when something goes woke, how do you define it as going woke? It's usually like the main character gets sucked into a vortex and the new main character is a black lesbian, right? That's going woke. Cuz like why not have a story that's about a black lesbian? Did you not actually want to make this a black lesbian story? Did you want like a man's name, like a white man's name to be on the cover of a black lesbian story? There's like a He-Man show, a Scott Pilgrim show, a Max Payne game. No, not Max Payne. Alan Wake. I remember because it's like Alan Woke. Alan Woke. Going woke is just like when the female character takes over, I guess. But like Audrey and Victor were always a boy and a girl. So it would be a normal thing if Victor got sucked into a portal and it became an Audrey story. But like it would not be a normal thing if they were suddenly black. Well, I guess I feel like that should just be how you would draw them if you were black and you were trying to draw from your own experiences, making a story about them. I mean, I don't think it would actually make it that much different to change their skin color, but if it was the same me. Okay, I feel like this is where your biases and ignorance is not welcome. And this is what is acceptable nowadays instead of what was acceptable then. Like, you know, Aladdin, Jasmine, Jafar, and the Sultan were all voiced by white people. But now it would be like, you can't do that. Don't do that. And you would get chased off the stage. You would get chased into a field and shot. You'd be chased into a cornfield. Audrey and Victor's story ended, right? I mean, that's true. I could just like never bring them back, but I feel like they're my characters for a specific story I want to write, like about anxiety, about fear, turned into something kind of funny, like literally Hitler coming to your house. So like Audrey and Victor are the characters for that. Like when I want to make a silly story about monster-faced creatures on in tropical exotic locations, that's FrumpleQuest. There are certain fixations you have as an artist, like your childhood fears sucked at the time, but they're kind of funny now, and that's kind of, that's like a gold mine for me, because I've been terribly afraid my whole life. When are you gonna end your stream? I don't know. I'm gonna be right back. Can I make Dog of Wisdom parody? You don't need my permission. That's not something you ask the creator for permission to do. Unless you're Mel Brooks and you're asking George Lucas, because it's like, not only do you make a parody of his work, but you're also using his studio to make it. I guess if you were like, can I use Dog of Wisdom as a parody and also get you, Joe Grand, to do the voice? I think in that case, yeah, I'll have to give you permission. But like, yeah, you do not need somebody's permission to do parody. I guess George was fine with it, but he didn't want them selling any toys of the characters, which that is kind of too bad. They made prototypes and used them in the movie. They look funny, but yeah, like imagine that on a shelf with a bunch of other like Star Wars toys. It'd be hilarious if like you have like Dark Helmet just blending in with a bunch of real Star Wars characters. George did not want anyone cutting in on his fucking dance. He would not spare a pie slice of a penny with that motherfucker, Mel Brooks. What if Fritz the Cat is not racist? I mean, what's the worry here? That you're gonna watch a cartoon and it'll make you racist? Because, yeah, Fritz the Cat absolutely does what I was describing that the Aristocats did. There's a little ethnic humor, a little caricaturing, a little stereotypical, but also very accurate in some ways. They have like they have different animals to show different races of people. Black guys fucking love Tom and Jerry. Well, Tom and Jerry is there's a lot of blackness in it. The only human character in Tom and Jerry is black. And that was a character that they retired because it was a stereotype. Character appeared all over the place. She was on like Pancake Mix or whatever. She was also a character in Little Audrey, the mammy archetype. You know, at one point people used that as freely as they would use like a pirate captain, which, you know, FrumpleQuest is basically just that character. He's just Captain Hook or like some variant, the COVID variant. He's like Wario. He's just a variant of Mario, who's just a variant of Popeye. So he's really Popeye, but evil. Well, yeah, because like he also, like Popeye, has like a superpower. He can get out of any situation, no matter how the odds are stacked against him. So he's like, what? So like Mario is good Popeye, and Wario is bad Popeye. FrumpleQuest is a villain protagonist. I think there's sometimes where you root for the bad guy. He's just likable, like Tuco from the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. That was the first time I'd ever seen that kind of character. Like, I don't know if I can even think of another thing that had that kind of character. Is like he's the ugly. He's like, you know, there's a good guy, a bad guy, and then there's this guy who's just like a sneaky bitch. You know, like the movie is really long, so it like follows like these different plots, and like I've only seen it once. I remember it being good. There were so many of those movies. But that one I think is the best one, right? Like, got Tuco in it. Like, he's like while the good guy is like, you know, kind of strong and silent, this guy is kind of a bast. He's not capable of like causing as much harm as the bad guy, but he's able to kind of like cheat and sneak his way into being on the same level as the good and the bad guy. So I guess that means that like FrumpleQuest needs a good guy, because he's not the good guy, but he's also not the villain, because he's not capable enough to be a villain. I think he sees himself as a good guy. He thinks he's a good guy, but he's really just a failed bad guy. Well, yeah, I feel like in some cases he like causes good things to happen by being a failure at being bad. But not like Plankton where he's like, well, a little like Plankton where he's got ambitions as big as the whole world, but he and I wish I could do that voice. I guess I try to do a good amount of screaming for this character because he's supposed to be unhinged, but he's not smart. He's not a genius. He has no plan. Plankton has plans A to Z. Guy doesn't know anything, and he doesn't have a plan. Doesn't have a wife. Though I think Frumplequest is not amorous. Frumplequest is horny, but he's not amorous. He well, so like Don Quixote, who he's a ripoff of, is in love with a woman he's never met, and he's insane. He thinks that she's like a princess or something. It's just like some old lady that he doesn't even know. He thinks that he's like a chivalrous knight. He thinks that like they're in love. Rumplequest, I think, is just like he's like a creature. He sees a girl and is like, girl. It's like, yes. I don't know. I'm debating. I'm still debating if I want to show that like Tex Avery stuff. Like, one hand, kids should know it's a cartoon and not to repeat what you see in a cartoon, right? But on the other hand, it's like I'm just like imagining some boy doing that, like after seeing Frumplequest do it, and then being so embarrassed that he can't even look that girl in the eye for the rest of his life, which is a long time because they're married now. I don't know. I think cartoonists should only take a little bit of they should only take a little bit of the blame for what other people do after seeing their stuff. Like, it's a little ridiculous when like John Lasseter is making animators redo a scene in Cars because it mentions radiation. Like, oh yeah, there was a thing with radiation that happened, so it's a little sensitive. Like, on they're making the animators do work again. I feel like animation should be like all animation work should be treated as precious. I always hated that the industry has this like they'll just throw out someone's animation so quickly because they have billions of dollars. They don't give a shit. Like, oh, this entire movie is canceled now. Like, I would suggest maybe not being as broke as I am, but something in the center between having a good industry job and having a life of freedom and poverty. Hey, that's the name of a song. You ever feel like it's like August 28th or 29th? You ever feel like there's like a breeze and suddenly it's like, ah, Halloween. It's like, and you start listening to the music that like makes you feel like you're in the mood for that season. And then YouTube's algorithm gets wind that you're back on your bullshit. Wait, what was that song again? Worked on a life of poverty and freedom. This band is so much better now that the guy died. Not better. I mean, I'm really upset about it. It's better, like, so sad. Now I get to be sad while listening. It's perfect. I mean, I'd rather not be sad. I'd rather see them in fucking concert. I'm so upset that he died. And like, he wasn't like, he was only one of like 20 members of this band. But he was also 90% of the band. And my heart leapt. What's the song called? Called "And Embarked Upon a Life of Poverty and Freedom." It's just, I don't know. It sounds like it's in the middle of a quote because it starts with the word "and," which is bad grammar. There's also ... before and after it. It's the World Inferno Friendship Society. They have long names for their songs, and their band is a long name. Just look at World Inferno. I saw them live a few times. Like that was like the only music group that I ever saw live and was like, that was the only band I ever saw live and thought it was the greatest thing ever. Like, when they're live, they play 20 times harder and they're 20 times drunker. They perform drunk every time. He sings these songs just like, he just like does that through the song. But it doesn't matter because he was just like seeing him. Was like seeing a Tim Burton drawing come to life. Is like the Tumblrist sexy man you can imagine. I miss him so much. Ugh.
I was looking at the lights in these houses. Each light cuts a
I'm gonna be Eminem next Halloween. I want to go Eminem if he ever performs. I don't know if he does that anymore. If you see Ralph Bakshi, what will you do? I don't know. I never really thought about it. I'd probably make fun of him. I'd like do an impression of him. They're these kids these days. They got no excuse. They could just, a few of them could get in the garage, starve for a year or two, and make your own film. He does perform. Eminem simp. I'm a girl, but I'm gonna dress up as Eminem. That's cool. You're gonna shave your head. Sorry, Jack. Maybe Jack's not dead. Maybe it was all just a shitty publicity stunt and he's gonna emerge on Halloween and be alive again. That would make him the biggest scumbag, but would also be maybe it would be something he'd do. Nah, he died. He really died. it's nice to think that he didn't really die. It's like if the Cat in the Hat died. It's like, yeah, he was kind of a dick, but we loved him. We loved him. We loved him. Oh, yeah. Who is the musician you're describing? Jack Terrycloth? Yeah, I didn't even say what his name was. Jack Terrycloth. Like every Tumblr sexy man wishes they could look like this guy. How old was he? He was 50 when he died. He's like this punk from New Jersey. Just like this guy who dressed up in a pinstriped suit and sung about drinking wine and stealing tips from the baristas. Or the bartenders or whatever. Thought he was 30? Nah, he's been around since the 90s. He's been doing shit since forever ago. Like, there were people, I remember when George Harrison died, and people were really, wait, George didn't die, did he? Yeah, George died. Paul's still alive. I remember people being really upset about George Harrison dying. I have to admit, I do think the Guitar Gently Weeps is one of the best Beatles songs. So, like, if he died now, I'd fucking cry. I guess I could still cry because it's absolutely tragic that we don't have that you know, we didn't need him to do anything else, but that talent stopped existing. You know, maybe it died years before when the Beatles broke up, but maybe not. Maybe these pieces of the Beatles, these talented people, they had more talent, more music still in them, and we lost them before we could ever hear it. You know, maybe that's how I feel about Jack. That Jack was not just a great, you know, he didn't just have a bunch of albums that were great and re-listenable. You also had to see him live to really get what he was all about. He doesn't just sing. He stands there and talks. He stands there and gives a sermon, talking about some shit that doesn't make any sense. Talking about how the Pumpkin King is gonna rise up out of the pumpkin patch. Total loony. Just insane. It was insane how great they were. Oh. Yeah, like when people were beside themselves when George Harrison died. And I never felt that way about a musician's death until this happened. I'm so glad I went. I'm so glad I went to like 3 or 4 of their concerts. God, like I don't go to any concert. But like you go to those concerts and everyone there is insane. It's just like a packed basement with just like it's like walking into a boiling jacuzzi of sound into this packed basement with just like the loudest noise you've ever heard. And it shatters your eardrums. Your ears stop working for months. But like you got to see them. They had as much energy as ever. The audience, despite being a small venue, had as much energy as ever. I went to Megadeth last week. You can go back in time. I will go to the Beatles concert in the 60s. Yeah, that'd be nice to have been able to have been there in the 60s and seeing the Beatles when they were still like really, they were really like the music was really with them. They had the like camaraderie still. And like maybe like the fame hadn't gotten to them yet. I guess that's part of what happened. Like they couldn't really operate. I mean, they were still able to make music, but not happily. I mean, it seems like that happens to everyone, right? Like Kurt Cobain, the fame got to him. He's like, you know, like I sold out or something. And yeah, like the reason John Lennon was killed had to do with them being so famous that there's guys thinking about murdering them, guys that they've never met. What happened to your hair? It was eaten by a hair-eating monster. Just gonna assume everybody who asks me that is sick. So you got a bot in your Twitch chat? Oh, yeah, I'm not even looking at that at all. It's always there. It's always talking about like some shit. I can't stop watching Interview with Miyamoto. Yeah, I always have this bot. Is it the same bot? Can I get rid of it, or does it just like spawn another if I get rid of it? Follow, gift a sub. Would that be funny if I gifted a sub to the bot? Can I block and report it? I just want to report it. What do you submitted this report? Terrorism is the first result. Are you kidding me? How often does terrorism happen on a Twitch chat? Is it fair to say terrorism is someone who doesn't like my opinion? It's like I'm about to like fight a guy in a UFC or whatever, and it's like terrorist. You're a terrorist because I don't like you. Oh, you beat me. That's terrorism. That's anti-Bemitism. Oh, here we go. At the very bottom, spam, scams, or spam bots. Which is this? Spam? Scam? Bots? Can only click one. It's all of this shit. It's like, I don't know, spam, I guess. Spam and scam and bots and probably also a cyber attack. I don't fucking know. It's scam and spam. Anyway, yeah, Interview with Miyamoto is funny. Should I make more videos like that? The people have spoken. They want me to make more videos like this one. Well, yeah, I feel like I can make anything and people will just be subjugated to it. Not subjected, but subjugated. You have to think it's good. No, you don't have to think it's good. That I feel like that's maybe the message I wish I could get across, but I'm just too like angry or whatever to say it. Like you don't have to like my channel. You can unsubscribe. I feel like I would prefer if you did that than tried to manipulate me by using acts of terrorism on the internet. Is that not terrorism, having mobs go after you trying to make you take back something you said? I mean, it's not, I guess it's not terrorism, but it's intimidation, and like people should not give in to terrorist threats. I mean, you know, even if you do say something racist, how is bullying you gonna make you unracist? I tell people to unfollow me on Twitter if they get pissed off about it. Yeah, just fucking unfollow me. It's like you want me to be a weird fucking creepy bot smiling face Like, this is the music that plays when a normal person, a normal, good person with actual, literally morals, who literally isn't a piece of shit person and literally is good and moral. This is the music that plays when they look at you. Like, I can't be in the same room as those phonies anymore. It's like, you disagree with anything they say, and it's like you're on a list. Oh my god, it's like the Googleification of society. It's like people are becoming like a shitty tech company's workplace. You're all shitty tech employees. You work for Twitter. This is why your jobs are going away, because you're on Twitter. There's the same echo chamber in the animation field as there is in the tech field that the fucking guy was complaining about. I remember thinking that guy was probably an asshole, but what's the reason? Something sexism? Like, he shouldn't have been saying that shit? I don't fucking know. Like, I guess the fact that it made so much noise made it feel legit. But like, there is an issue. I see it so clearly now that fucking computers are telling people how to think. And, you know, it's not like there's one side that uses AI and one side that's free of AI. There's one side that admits to it and one side that doesn't know that they're using it. It's like, your opinions are AI generated. That's why you get new ones every day. It's like you're getting a fucking upgrade. You're getting an update from, it's like the what to be mad about today department. And there's so many grifters. There's so many grifters. It's just nothing but a grift. Every fucking day, Twitter is like, here's something that you can be unnecessarily passionate about and spend all of your energy getting mad about. Like I'm doing right now, I guess. I mean, I've spent so much time complaining about Twitter. It's hard to just like move on. Like, bro, it's over. Well, because I'm still frustrated at how much like people treat that like it's real life. Oh, I run out of undos. Whatever. I wish there was an animation industry for me to get a job in. But I'd probably be considered too difficult to work with and blacklisted. Just you know, because I'm a fucking online person. Really fucking online. I don't know. I guess I wouldn't know if I don't try, but there's very few opportunities where I can try, I think. I would love to work on a movie, but like, everyone who makes movies, like, stupid. like I would not, if I entered that field, I would not be met with the same attitudes that I have now. Everything is about like the most viewers, the most profits. I feel like really morally against it. moving his feet to like kick the sand up. You know, like if I just went for what got the most views on YouTube, which is also, you know, YouTube is similar in that they'll also encourage you to make shit that gets views. It's not like YouTube isn't the fucking industry too. But this is the only place I can like even pretend to have a real job. There's no one like there's no like Canadian board that's gonna give me money to make films. Not in America. Can Canada like take over America? Like a little. What are people saying? I think they genuinely think they can turn the world into a morally perfect Borg by creating hit lists. Yeah, just get rid of all the bad people, and then you'll have nothing but good people. Well, I guess that worked out for Australia, right? They put all the bad people on an island, and now they're normal. They were bad, and now we don't think that. Yeah, like people are so manipulative on social media. They think it's easier. It is easier for them to just like gang up and try to change what somebody says. You can't change somebody's feelings. You can't change their heart. You can't be mad at. You can't be pissed off at someone enough to change their beliefs. Like, that's all it is. That's all anything is. It's like, you know, when it was no NFTs, it's like, I can't believe you people are using NFTs, and they're talking to a bot. And now it's like, with AI, it's the same shit. It's just like complaining about AI. Like, oh, this thing is ruining my life. No, this thing is ruining my life. It's like, can more things be ruining my life so I can get more dopamine instead of animating, which I've never done in my life. Or worse, like, oh, I had to animate. Like, that's so horrible. Well, yeah, it is horrible to not get paid for that, but like, I don't get paid for it. I do tons of animation and get practically nothing from it. Like, if I was paid what a union wage, like, you know, a wage a union would fight for, if I was paid that, I'd probably think I'm too good to even stream. How dare you? Do you know who I am? Do you know how much I get paid per animation? Well, Adam Conover is always talking about animation. What animations does he? I mean, I guess I feel that way about everyone in the industry. They're not even animators. What animation do they do? Like, if they're the really fucking hardcore ones, they just do it all without getting paid for it. Like, I'm pretty sure Nick Cross was not paid for Over the Garden Wall, right? Like, he wasn't paid for that. He just did that. He begged them to let him do it, and they said, okay, but we're not going to pay you for it. He's like, yes! I mean, you know, sorry to say, I can't actually remember the name of the creator because I was just like a fan of Nick Cross, so that's how I remember it. That's like what I think of. But I think he was just the director, not the creator. So there's like another guy. I remember his name. Oh, my playlist died. Anyway, interview with Miyamoto. Yeah, it's funny. See, I disagree with that. Who would win? A creep who's making sense? Or your hero who's lost his mind? This is the most intense debate I've ever been in. Yeah, well, that's like the debate that the internet has every 30 seconds. It's like, characters age? Ah. Alright. This is only 4 frames. And it's on 1, so it is 4 frames. Yeah. I need to express most of my feelings through Twitch and streaming now, because social media is not safe. Also, I feel like it's so toxic. I was only doing it to get a rise out of people. Now I don't really get that much of a reaction, or my followers, my chat is just like, yeah. You know, like they agree or they don't agree, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that I can express myself. And I don't want my stupid musings, my stupid, like, feelings, or, you know, the mean shit I have to say, or, like, the harsh shit I have to say. I don't need or want that shit to be broadcasted to hundreds of thousands of people. That's not the intention. So, you know, when it was the intention, it was really toxic. But like, I guess I was like feeling like I'm like Bart Simpson, like, if you get hit, it's your own fault. And you know, like, that's, you know, pretty toxic and immature. But I guess at the time I was like desperate. I didn't know any other way to get attention. And then, you know, like, I made Dog of Wisdom 2, and that got way more attention, so it was probably all for nothing. It was probably all just to, like, give myself more mental disorders, give people more shit to complain about me. Yeah, and you know, Twitter thumbs up, you still work despite everything, but I can't use it anymore because I don't want that attention. I don't want the attention. Do people understand that like I don't actually want attention? I guess I was just like had like sort of a social life on Twitter at one point, and at some point it just got to be too many people, too many fans, and too many people who knew who I was. Like, do you realize that like every year that passes, more people know about me, and I'm both trying to do something to get them to know about me, and also there's nothing I can do once they do know about me. It's like, yeah, I guess I was taking advantage of that to spread my evil hate speech. I mean, it wasn't hate speech, it's just like bad opinions, and this is nobody's business. I'll say it to 30 people. I'll say that the industry is just as toxic as Twitter, and I can't be in it because of the same reasons. A lot of the same people bullying their way through life. You know, like, that's not artistic expression. There's no such thing as bad art, you know, unless it's, I guess, like really hateful. Unless it's like really hateful and is designed to spread hate, then, you know. But like, I think we stretched that definition too far, and now it's like something will not make it in the form that you imagined it because it's hateful or because it's insensitive. And now it's just like sensitivity has become an industry, and it's creeped into literally everything. Like, you know, people complain about Steven Universe because it's like this. I would say Steven Universe is an example of one of those lore shit cartoons that's actually pretty good. Like, Avatar is fine, but, you know, it gets boring after a while. I mean, it's like, people don't draw, you know, except for that show, people don't draw in anime style, but they copy anime in every other way. This is a huge problem. This is the, like, okay, so, you know, Miyazaki never actually said anime was a mistake, but what he really did say was still very scathing about the industry. He said the industry is full of otaku. And now the US industry is full of otaku. This is stuff that you get, like, people just like abandon you if you criticize this shit. I mean, I'm not even just criticizing the woke garbage that is the hot thing to talk about and complain about. I'm criticizing the industry as it's been since before we were born. You know, like I was saying before, ever since they started outsourcing to Japan, we've had less and less jobs in America. It's like, that's terrible. How come nobody's outraged about that? I wish people would try to get those jobs here. Try to get them to come back. It's like, you're telling me there's no fucking animation job? I mean, there are animation jobs, but not the kind that's like made for television. They send those away. They send that shit, like, you know, like, I like animating cartoons. I like animating cartoons that are not as long as a television program, but like, it's a really old system, and I don't think it is needed. Like, we're you know, we can do remote. We could do remote stuff. I guess that's, you know, the remote stuff is another reason for studios to pay you less, and then sneakily they'll just pay everyone less across the board or something. So, you know, that's also a problem. It sucks. Sucks to be an animator at any point in history. Because you never, no matter how much technology advances, we never get a break. Especially if you actually do the animation yourself, which I don't think a lot of, like people in America are willing to do that, but they get yelled at for people. They get yelled at by other people who say, no, don't do that. Then they're just gonna give us more jobs to do without any more pay. It's like, but I'm passionate. I wanted to animate. I wanted to be an animator. This is, how can I call myself an animator if I'm just a storyboarder who sometimes slips a little animation into my storyboards? I wanted to be specific with what this gag looked like, so I animated the whole thing, basically. It's like, don't do that? Give me a break. It's like storyboard artists seem like they have too much work, and then the work gets thrown out. It's like you don't need a boss to have like 5 different options of what storyboard he's gonna throw out or keep. Like it feels like they're just churning them out by people who don't even appreciate what they're worth, but they own it at the end of the day, even if it's not used. I mean, that's fine. Like shit goes unused all the time, but it's an epidemic with the fucking cancellations. They'll cancel everything so they can like get a tax write-off. It's despicable. David Zaslav, you are despicable. Did Daffy have like?
You know, artists.
Did Daffy have like a pitch thing? You're despicable. David Zaslav, you're despicable. You're despicable. You're despicable. You're despicable. You're despicable, Star Fox.
Daffy would join Star Wolf. As soon as Nintendo buys Warner Brothers from David Zaslav, that'll be reality. I mean, that should just exist. Someone should just make that for free and have Nintendo shut it down, because having Nintendo shut you down is based. I like Daffy Duck hanging out with Parappa the Rapper. Can there also be a gag where Daffy is like on Star Wolf? Or despicable. But yeah, like fuck the industry. I feel like I have sympathy for the people getting fucked over by them, but I also don't really agree that I don't know if they have anything to strike with. I feel like they're just gonna keep stealing from them. They're just gonna keep replacing them with computers. I feel like it's like it's time we like time we had like, you know, we can't break up these studios. We need people to band together and form little ones or something. And why is it cost so much to make a movie studio or an animation studio? And I feel like it's also done with profit in mind. It's like for maximizing the amount of money you can make from it. So I believe studios waste a lot of money. They make these movies that no one even sees. They can afford to do that. They don't give a shit. Like, if this were the 90s, maybe I could imagine working at Disney or Disney TV. Or even like the 2010s, like, man, like if you could get a job like working on a show like Phineas and Ferb, that wouldn't be so bad. Like, Disney Channel is just like, everything is woke. I mean, not to say that there's nothing good there, it's just like, everything is just so current day poisoned. It feels disgusting putting woke stuff into a company that steals this much money from you. It's like, doesn't that bother you? That like you can make like a, you know, not gay obviously, but you could make a lesbian romance, but the company still has the morals that gay people are the devil and that gay marriage should not be officially recognized. Like, how can you stomach that? I guess it's hard working on a video that's mostly going to be seen on YouTube when it's like Google, which is despicable as well. You know, it's like I'm streaming on Google, I'm streaming on Twitch. Google and Amazon, they're like despicable, as you may have guessed. But they're the infrastructure we have for doing this shit. So I don't hate them for being useless. They're not useless. They have a use. Like I was saying, Twitter has a use. Although I guess I could say that I'm a little addicted to YouTube too. YouTube is like not, you know, it's not a terrible website. It's just like, you know, it's just another tech company. They're all greedy. And they make waste too. Like YouTube has such high operating costs that they don't give a shit about you unless your video gets like millions of views or whatever. They really would prefer if everything you made was profitable, because they waste a lot running the site. I wish videos were a more like federated thing. There's the idea that you can make multiple video sharing sites and string them together and use them on the same site. That way people can go to either site and it's not like a monopoly. Like they're sort of helping each other share videos. Like you had one video shared from your website and you didn't want to keep it away from people on another site, but you also wanted the metrics to go to you, like whether it's views, likes, comments, then you can do that. You can do that with PeerTube, but it's not like a seriously popular thing. YouTube is still, I mean, I'm using it right this second. I'm listening to music on it. I'm streaming on it. It's good. You know, the streaming on PeerTube, the last I used it was very porta potty. You know, like it works. It's there, but you'd rather use a real toilet. You know, like the streaming on PeerTube has a lag of like 3 minutes. I don't think I set that. I think that's just what it was. It took like 3 minutes for what I was doing on you know, in real life to reflect on the stream. So that was that alone is like a serious problem. You cannot talk to the chat, which by the way, there is no chat. You have to use the comment section and like update it, like hit the update button to see the new comments. And all of those comments were by people who saw something 4 minutes ago. So sorry, it's fun. It's fun that I can technically stream on my own site, but I suppose I need the comfort. I need toilet paper. I need soap. I don't want this like this Gojo. I don't want to use hand sanitizer. I would rather wash my hands. I'd rather there weren't flies. Yeah. Indoor plumbing. It's gonna be big. I get it. I get the concept. that looks pretty funny. He needs to be like... He needs to be still, but like the background needs to move. Like, shows that he's like above ground and then he goes down. But he'll be in place while the sand just moves away. Alright, guess I'll draw like the ground. Oh. Do I have that? Happy 30th for Earthbound. I normally don't give a shit about any commemorative dates. I don't care about my own birthday. I don't think it has that much meaning, but there's something about Earthbound fans. Seeing them happy was nice. Like, oh cute, people are making little Earthbound animations. Like, that was good to see. That's like really sentimental. Yeah, like the game's a big deal. And it's also kind of just like a regular game. It's kind of a quaint thing. It's like a Dragon Warrior clone with America as the setting. I feel like, yeah, like the art, the skin you give your game can vary. Like how I was talking about how like you could turn Wolfenstein 3D into a game where you're Noah from Noah's Ark and you feed animals instead of kill Nazis. But it's the same game with a different skin. So like, and Earthbound was even a little bit like that. It's like you don't kill the animal that attacked you. You just like make them faint, or like they like become tame, or they turn back to normal because they were under the control of the evil alien bad guy. So like, you know, it's like a little bit gentler. Not Noah's Ark levels, but almost. Oh yeah, there's like this music. There's a part in this game where you fight monsters, and they're like friendly monsters, just like looking for a friendly fight. It's like you fight this guy who's 1 inch tall, and he's like the strongest monster in the world. And if you beat him, then he calls you master. But yeah, like some games about, you know, about Nazis, for instance, are a little less willing to show the good side of the villains. Not me, though. I was based. That was the good Hitler. That was the based Hitler. Bring back your furry fanfiction. Why'd you stop making your Rescue Rangers comic, Hitler? Hitler stopped making his Rescue Rangers comic just as it was starting to get spicy. Okay, I think I can see how I do this. It's like on this layer, make this go all the way down, so I can drag all this shit up. I have to change the color of the sky because it's like just rain now. Or I guess I could just use the background from before. But yeah, then like Undertale, it's like you can just like save all of the characters. I don't know. I feel like, yeah, like it kind of, at some point it kind of blurs the line between killing and saving in a video game, because all you're really doing is pressing a button and executing a command. It doesn't matter what the skin is. The Angelis Evangelion is Ano slinging shit at Otaku too. But yeah, what are they really saying? I'm sorry that this conversation is so discombobulated. I get distracted really easily. But what is Miyazaki really complaining about when he says the industry is full of otaku? It's the same thing that Brad Bird was complaining about, saying that you need to have a life to do the illusion of life. And animators don't have a life. So it's a problem. It's like otaku, they get all their ideas and all their sensibilities from watching anime. And that's starting to become dangerous as the West falls to anime. Well, you know, I'm not saying we're at war with Japan or anything. Not that that's not gonna happen, because it still could, I guess. Japan's not happy with us. Did you know? Anyway, never mind. Good to give this a temporary color. Would it be funnier if the sky was the same color? I thought about doing that. Maybe I should. I'll just make that the same as this background. Symbol. Get it onto my clipboard. No! Such an idiot for doing this way. It crashes Flash every time, but it comes back. And if it doesn't come back, I'll have to redo that gradient. Anything else that I didn't save? Oh. It's also gonna freeze when I try to delete them. All this for a loaf of bread? Might actually have crashed. I'll give it another minute. There we go. God. There we go. There we go. Okay, so then this will tween up and I'll have another layer in between. Okay, first and last is fine. Like, give it Austin. It was the same color as the background. Good bright pink. There we go. How do I do this? Not tween this. Like, alright, I'll make it go with his digging animation. What do people say? Will you make Wisdom Cat? Maybe, because my cat is wise. Opinion on Digital Circus. I mean, it's, you know, it's like Skibbity Toilet. It's like something that would probably be appealing if I was 12. Yeah, I found that. Yeah, and I'll say it again because I was talking about this with about this with TV, and this is the same. Like, I feel like to be truly indie, you need to be independent of the television format. Like, things that are 22 minutes long, like exactly 22 minutes long, are made with a formula for things that are 22 minutes long, and I'm bored of that. I can't sit through a pilot for 22 minutes. It's too much time. I'm exhausted by the end of every one of them. Like, there's so many that are in that format. There's like a 22-minute pilot for an animation. And it's like, you don't need to sell yourself so hard. I feel like I already agree that this should be a cartoon just by you wanting to make it. I don't think that industry attitude is healthy. It's like, you know, you have to like prove yourself to an executive to get your show made. How about just don't? How about just like David Zaslav doesn't have like any idea of what to make, and his opinion should not be the deciding factor on whether you get to live. and whether your cartoon gets to live. You know, not that the people who get anything actually good done are David Zaslav, but it's like, how could you get anything good done with such shitty leadership? Like the people at the top. There we go. At what point does it stop mattering? Right there. Alright, let me... This is funny. Let me animate the like wall of sand behind it. That go right here. Like, how would I drop that? First of all, do that again. Whatever. I can just make it again. Oh, it's right here. Underneath that. There we go. So it's like it would go up from here like this. So like, should this be a shape queen or something? I gotta animate the dirt being kicked up by his feet. This gradient technology is great, Joe. Yeah, I know. Make another boy and sister, please. Well, I plan to do all of those things. Rumple guy is frantic. Where is he going? He's digging his own grave. Widen this whole thing, I guess. That's like wide. Also, time it so it's not that. Oh, right. There has to be like a top. Yeah, that part doesn't have to tween. It can look like that, right? Oh. It doesn't look very good. Why does it do that? Okay. Anyway, what were we saying? Something interesting. Oh, just like, I wish the animation industry had actual jobs. Then I would probably respect what they did a little better. Like they're sending it to be animated by slaves. They're being paid like the bare minimum. Like, I don't know, why don't you animate yourself? Like, are Americans just like too good? Like, you work in television animation, so you don't even do your own animations. Take so much pride in that. I guess I'm always thinking about how much I would save making an animation instead of how much an animation could make. I feel like that's the difference between the indie and industry. That like your industry, you're really thinking about the profits. Your frames. I mean, I'm also thinking profits would be nice, especially since I get to keep all of them, but not what I can expect. Because I didn't lock people into a streaming service that takes away your human rights. So I don't make it a big money. Whatever. Just die. Kicking my ass. Stupid plumpules. Whatever, I'll just make them their own thing. Put them on their own layers. So, such a hassle trying to do this shit. Fuck. Oh. Like I feel like I've turned into Ralph Bakshi. I guess that's a better hero than John Kay. He's he's not an asshole. I think at first I thought Ralph Bakshi liked AI because that's seemed sort of up his alley, but then that he was he was tweeting about how he doesn't like AI. I don't give a shit either way. I just think that was funny. He's like saying years ago, he's like, you can get the computer to do the work. And it's like now people are protesting against that. But it's like the kind of people that he would have said are lethargic and terrified 15 years ago. You're crumbling. I have to hear that sometimes too. I think like everything's going to shit, but like nothing strong really. Not crumbling, you're crumbling. I want that on a t-shirt. Like drawing of Ralph Bakshi. Have to be up there. Ah. Take away this one. Might have to keep that going for a few extra frames, depending on how long my scream sound for it is. I probably have a bunch of screams already made. I don't actually have to record anymore. Focus screams. I probably have like 20 of them lying around. This eventually ends. We could just do that. They'll have the illusion of him digging, and nothing's actually moving. But this thing should get darker as he goes down. Oh, but then the sand clumps are a different color. Oh, I guess I was thinking it was already dark. It's already the dark color I was using for the sand. Probably fine. I mean, this animation doesn't look good. It's kind of funny that it doesn't look good. The head not moving at all is funny.
I explain what's funny, and you will laugh when you are told.
Yo, what happened to your hair? Do you have cancer? Is that what people are thinking when they ask me what's going on with the hair? Because you know, cancer makes your hair fall out. I mean, do I look like my hair's falling out? You know, I'm losing my hair, but it's not falling out. That's, you know, you're like, you have no hair because it's chemotherapy. When you have cancer, you do chemotherapy. That causes your hair to fall out. It's not cancer, it's the chemotherapy. Yeah, I like remembered that halfway through explaining it. It's like people have cancer, their hair falls out. It's chemotherapy, the medicine. There's a lot of sounds I need to add to this. Yeah, like, I guess I don't really trust the industry. It feels like they just don't want to exploit whatever is money making about what I do and not actually let me do it. Oh, I don't know. I hated seeing that the industry turned people to, I don't know. I feel like there are people who like see it as a competition now. I don't like the pilot attitude. Not saying those cartoons can't be good. Just I don't like the format. I feel like if you're gonna make a 22-minute cartoon, should give us like the entire series in one episode. You know, like the main gist of the series, but like a full exploration. I feel like what they mostly do though is the opposite. They want to set up something that they might not get to show. The series doesn't get made. I feel like there's bloat. These There's like too much minutes, too much precious minutes. Did you go through the industry and leave it? No, I mean, I've done like the tiniest amount of industry work and it sucked. Well, I mean, it didn't suck. It was just like not at all what I want. And it didn't pay much at all. Like I could just do that and enjoy myself. A lot of indie animation cartoons try so hard to be like Gravity Falls. Man, would you say that about mine? Gravity Falls online. They're my GF OCs, my twin OCs. Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry that nobody cares about your OCs. Remember that guy? And I feel like I want to do a parody of that. What was it? It was like, how'd it go? It's like, here's my character that I worked hard on, but people are more interested in hentai and fan art. People are more interested in their hard on. Where's the pic? Here's my character. Yeah, like online, it's a harsh lesson, but nobody cares if you did hard work. I'm sorry. Actually, I mean, it's not that nobody cares. Actually, there are people who do really appreciate your hard work, but hard work on its own is not the same thing as like somebody gives you a slice of cheesecake and then tells you that it took 24 hours to make or something. Like, well, that was a damn good cheesecake. Took 96 hours to make this brisket. Well, it was fucking good. You multiply that by like 300 briskets and you have an animation. Like, you're telling me this took this long to make? Wow, that's pretty impressive. But if people had it their way, it wouldn't take any time at all. It would just, you know, and don't you want people to think that it was effortless? That's the problem. I think that's a problem. It doesn't matter who you are, and everybody in animation is probably suffering from this a little bit. They're thinking too much about that. The person like, well, like the person thinking about you. When you should really avoid that as much as you can, right? Because that's immersion breaking. It breaks our immersion with your pronouns. I don't know. I'm just giving my 2 cents, which cost me way more than 2 cents. They cost me precious minutes of my life. But what I was getting at is that there's a meme. There's like a comic that was like a guy is showing off his OC and nobody cares. And it's like, it's sorry to say, but people don't care about your OCs by themselves. They only care about like something that relates to them in some way. You know, like they don't care that you worked hard, and they don't care that your character's original. And that sucks, but I think it's also like not the end of the world. There are people who are like really, really into your cartoon in ways that they're ashamed to admit. And there's always people like that, no matter what cartoon it is, no matter how fucking obscure. If it's 2 Wet Bears, I'm sure somebody is drawing yaoi of the 2 wet bears and like Patty the Pelican, like having a 3-way. Somebody's in love with that cartoon, unironically. There is that person for every cartoon. I guess what I'm saying is some things are just like easier for people to get into. They scroll past it or whatever. I don't know. I guess this also sucks, but you take what you can get, right? In some cases, millions of people watch my videos, but other cases, only thousands of people watch them. That's still thousands of people. I should still be grateful for that. A lot of people that want to see more Frumple Quest. It's like people were like, I remember this. Did you have a fan that gets turned on by Frumple? Yeah, I'm sure there's more than one. You know your indie cartoon made it when Temu is selling bootleg plush of their characters. What's that? They try to be like Gravity Falls. I guess, yeah, like they try to be like there tries to be like lore and mystery. But lore and mystery are just devices. They're just gimmicks. And you have to be able to manage that and not just give you a big helping of it. Like, ugh. It's like, you know, mac and cheese. It's like good, but it's like too much on a plate is bad. Give me some of that chicken too. It's like when there's nothing but lore teases, it's like you just go from one lore tease to the next one. It's like that's like, it's not mysterious. It's like, it's not like magical. It feels like tedious. Like they're just like showing you something and then taking away real quick. It's like, oh, here's a little bit of the mystery. And shows hook you with that, and it's annoying. Like, why don't you give me a full meal? Why don't you give me something actually satisfying instead of pulling my dick on a string, keeping me perpetually unsatisfied? I mean, I did like that show a little bit at first. I was like, this is just like the cartoon I wanted to make, so I guess I don't have to make it anymore. But then it ended, and now it's like, okay, I still have to make my cartoon. They didn't have the balls to have Hitler appear on Disney Channel, but that would have been really funny, wouldn't it? They should do Dipper and Mabel meet literally Nixon. That would be funny. I mean, their uncle is basically literally Nixon. Like, I'm not a crook, but he's a crook. Oh, I guess he does admit to being a crook. Nixon is, you know, pure cowardice. So I guess Uncle Stan should have punched Nixon. Maybe they did that actually. They might have done that in the show. Why'd they end it after a couple years? Probably sucked working with Disney. Like, they tell you to change everything. I'd pay to see that. You could give a chatbot 2 cents, it'll whip it up for you. Make literally Hitler, but longer. I don't think it needs to be longer. I feel like that needs to be, you know, killed before it overstays its welcome, right? Like, just that concept. Like, that's why I can't extrapolate the Audrey and Victor meet Hitler concept, because it would just be AI generated. It would just be like more of the same. And I feel like I want to evolve beyond more of the same. I want things to be very strong in their concept and not just another, what can we do with these characters? You know, I think characters have a life on the screen that sometimes only lasts 20 seconds or like 20 minutes, even for like a major character. That's 20 minutes on screen. That's like the entire life of a character. And I know people aren't ready to let them go, but they don't exist. They're already dead by the time the first movie or whatever ends. And then if you're lucky, the second movie will be better, and then the third movie will be okay. But yeah, like, it is very rare, I think, to do a character second time and have it be better. You know, in a lot of cases, like games and movies, there's like a sort of like a more like an evolution by the second one, so it's better. It's like a stronger, like a better, like more features, better graphics or whatever. Like Super Metroid. If you ever played Metroid 1, Super Metroid is kind of like a redo of the first Metroid, and it's really robust compared to the first one. It's like the perfect game. Like, you know, it's the third one, but you know, sometimes the second one does that. Other times the second one is just like unnecessary. Like if the first one was perfect. I've never seen Jaws 2, but I hear it's like the quality goes right off a cliff with the Jaws movies. And I could totally picture it. Like, no, it's not, well, Terminator 2 was like the good one, right? Like, sometimes the 2 movie. Oh yeah, it's a 2 movie. Sometimes the 2 movie is like the one you want. Although I feel like it's like with games, and you know, sometimes with games like the third one is the highest, most highly anticipated one that everyone shits their pants for. Alex Hurst had a second showrunner help with season 1, but he left. Was by himself and got burned out and lived in the studio for season 2, so he didn't want to do another season. Is that really what happened? That's too bad. I did think the show was pretty good in season 1. I guess like J.K. Rowling, they started going off the rails, and you couldn't really understand it at the time, but now it makes sense because she like fired her editor. Yeah, like, I mean, that sounds plausible that like so what, they gave him all the work and he was living in the studio, and that's why that was like that. That's why the show was like not as good. And then he was so burned out by it that he left. I mean, it makes sense. They should do a redo. They should do a do-over with Gravity Falls. I predict that they're gonna do a do-over with Gravity Falls. I think if I say it 3 times, a robot will hear it and then start repeating it to other robots, who eventually will turn it into a forced meme that Gravity Falls is returning. You know what? I'm starting to guess that this has already gone into action. I did not come up with it, and it's certain to happen, like 5 minutes into the future. I'm sure of it. They're just gonna, like, you know, they tried for years to like re-cobble together the formula to make another Gravity Falls, and all of those shows ended. So now they're just gonna bring back Gravity Falls, right? The Godzilla French. Oh, sorry, you were saying something else before. Sci-fi sequels are destined to never be quite as good as the original. Look at Independence Day 2. Just Star Wars fan fiction brought to life. Alright, well, I'm not, this isn't your stream, so I'm not gonna read all of your opinions, but yes. That's, I feel like the second one is always the best. Or at least, it's the first or second one. I don't know. I don't watch a lot of sci-fi. I mean, they never made like a second Blade Runner. Oh no, they did, like 30 years later. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea if that one was good. The lazy ass stream. You know what? I'm okay with being a little less tense about it. I think I was burning out a lot. Burnout, dudes. Burnout. Playing Burnout. Yo, we should be Burnouts playing Burnout with Burnout. Ah. What are people saying? How dare you say make another dog of wisdom? How dare you? Why couldn't I find that comic though? This is not an animation stream. This is a Finding Terrible Memes stream. It's like meme, comic, hentai. No, it's gonna give me hentai if I look that up. Meme, comic, worked hard on it. OC. I worked so hard on my OC. But does anyone care? No. No one likes a poor Jojo. My monkey OC, who has a big brain. There's gotta be a Know Your Meme article on this. OC. Comic. I don't fucking know. Help! I think we're gonna have to kill this guy, Steven. Not this one, but that one's funny. I can just fucking draw a new version of it. I feel like this is what people do all the time. No, like, no amount of, like, technology will ever help you find a specific image. Unless it's on, you know, unless you know how to Google it. I've done this before on a stream. I've drawn a picture of this comic, and it would take me 3 hours to find that. Like, panel 1. Check out my OC, Mr. Bug. Panel 2. Everybody's too busy looking at memes and trends and porn and stupid shit. Whatever's hot. Everyone's grouped together talking about those things. Like panel 3. Artist looks on with rage and disappointment. Or just Frank, he'll never be a meme. Panel 4. He has walked off into the distance with his hands in his pockets. With his torn up Mr. Bug on the ground. It's like, I guess you also thought your art wasn't worth it if you just like tore it up. Like, it's not fucking worth it if it doesn't get any views. There's my critical take on it, but I understand the frustration, because you think anyone cared about Audrey and Victor in 2007? No. They sifted through that and all the other people's OCs that existed, just like they do now. And there's like 100 trillion more people's OCs. And it's like everyone sees that as like it's literally impossible to make an indie cartoon. Like, it's not. You just have to, I guess, you have to be the one to love your character if no one else will. You have to know what to use. them for, I guess. Like, everyone's character is just a fucking copy of something else anyway. This is just like Daffy Duck. Daffy Duck before the Skinwalker took his job. Well, I think Daffy Duck put on a rabbit suit, became Bugs, and somebody else put on a Daffy Duck costume to live in his shadow. I guess it's probably happened many times before where they take off their costumes and reveal that they are each other. So it's actually Bugs in there, in Daffy. That's actually Bugs, and Bugs is actually Daffy. But then they take their costumes off again, revealing that they are who you thought they were. But then they take their costumes off again, revealing that they're human actors. But then they take their costumes off again, revealing that they're 3DS Max bipeds, and that none of it matters because it's just a tune. And their very identities are simply devices in this fictional story. And no, you cannot hang out with Bugs or Daffy because they're both dead. Because Mel Blanc died. But you couldn't hang out with them before because they didn't sound right even when Mel Blanc was alive and old. Like, I don't know. You can only have a cartoon character for so long. I think at some point you have to make your own version of it, or else it's gonna feel like you're just living in that person's shadow. Just like Daffy. And Bugs' shadow. Except Bugs is really just an alternate version of him. So whose shadow is living in what? Shadow is living in what? No, I made up my own version of Daffy Duck. Not that I was thinking about these stories in terms of like it would be really funny if Daffy did them, but I think if I were to make a Daffy Duck cartoon, it would be no different from this. I wouldn't try to make it more Daffy-like. I would try to make it more like how I would do it. You know, like the way I drew him just now this would be an acceptable storyboard drawing. And like if he looked wildly different from shot to shot, I would probably, as a director, be okay with that. If you're like a historian on animation who's studied 6.3 trillion hours of Bob Clampett and Chuck Jones's style, then yeah, you're going to say that doesn't look like Looney Tunes. But like, yeah, no shit. The directors who made Looney Tunes died before your parents were born. So, so why would I try to make it look like someone I'm not? Just let me make my own shitty OC then. I'm not gonna even get a shitty, ugly job at your garbage studio because I'm gonna do everything wrong. Because like that's not the environment they worked in back then. They did not honor each other like celebrity gods. They made shit that defied each other. They directed cartoons that were not the same. They were like, no, Bugs looks like this. The other guys will like, yeah, well, okay, well, that's fine, but fuck you, Bugs looks like this. And they lived in harmony. Or, you know, maybe there was actually fierce competition. I know that a few of them left the studio. I don't know if that had anything to do with the executive or the other guys or whatever, but well, Friz Freleng left and came back. Tex Avery left. I think he just left forever. Yeah, like how can you continue to make Looney Tunes without Tex Avery? I guess there were many directors and they were funnier in their own way. So like I don't know if I'm against the idea of Looney Tunes continuing to exist. It's just those directors need to be given full freedom or else it's nothing. if your director is just really good at copying the look of someone else's Bugs Bunny, then I don't think that's full freedom. I don't think that they're using their exact like personal ideas about these characters in their work. I think you've got to be doing that to be using those characters. You know, just your shitty interpretation. I thought Frump was Toucan Sam. Yeah, he is Toucan Sam. He's a shitty cereal mascot that has no idea what he's talking about. He's like, oh look, a delicious fruity cave full of fruit flavor particle crystals, and you know he's an idiot because this cave that he acts like is just like for the up for grabs taking. He's trying to steal from a dreaded pirate who's about to slit his throat because he got too close to his fruitylicious treasure. So that, you know, in a lot of ways, that's how I see Toucan Sam. That, like, you know, you probably should not get the cereal, and if he does get the cereal, it probably shouldn't even be very good cereal. Aha, look at the treasure. Let's steal it to our heart's content. I'm a bird, but I have weird fingers with my feathers that I use to hold a spoon. Ah, a spoon that I stole. It has a T on it. Because T stands for me. Woohoo! Yeah, like, Toucan Sam is like the absolute best of all these cereal mascots. But like, Rumplequest is kind of, yeah, like, thank you for reminding me what I was going for with my cartoon, because there's a lot of influences now. Like, I guess Crusader Rabbit is the one I remember the best. Just wanted to make a really cheap cartoon that was funny and didn't take long to produce. So I looked to Crusader Rabbit as an influence. He's just like an idiot that tries to take over the world. But yeah, this universe that he lives in is a little bit like the world of Toucan Sam, but without the millions of dollars budget. The Toucan Sam, yeah, like Toucan Sam, I think, was the best looking commercials. So like, you know, you'd see those commercials and they weren't very entertaining, but they were still good looking. And where'd all the money for that go? Where'd all the budget for that go? Do they still make those high effort Toucan Sam animated in 2D? No, they haven't done 2D in a long time, right? But they were still really high effort 3D animations, if I remember correctly. That's my delicious fruity flavor. And like, he has 4? Is it 3 or 4? He has 4 nephews that look just like him, and they're like, yeah, Uncle Toucan, they're trying to steal the treasure back. It's like DuckTales, but I guess it's just like, let's be honest, we're not trying to make a cartoon for you guys to enjoy. We're trying to make money. We're trying to, well, let's just like combine the cartoons with the cereal commercial and just like put $1 million into the cereal commercial. I guess I could do the opposite, just make this one higher. What's Toucan Sam? Toucan? Ninja Turtles was made to be a one-off comic. Shredder actually died in the original. Fun fact, the Ninja Turtles are Daredevil OCs. Your eyes, not joking. Remember that 9 years ago we gotta get SpongeBob back? Yeah. I remember his nephew got cursed and turned into a yogurt statue. No! Yeah, I feel like there's something always just like uncanny about those commercials. There's something evil about the commercials. Well, yeah, they're really evil. I see it now. It's like, you know, when I was like in my 20s, I started noticing it because I think the graphic design became more and more desperate as people were abandoning sugary foods little by little. So you would have like Lucky Charms, like, you know, back in the day, those kids were trying to steal his Lucky Charms. Now nobody's trying to steal them. He's giving them away, and that's like freaking creepy. He's like making a face on the box, like he's like, "Oh, please don't take my Lucky Charms." And he's like making the scariest fucking face. It's not like a Halloween monster cereal or anything. It's just freaky. It's just like desperate and freaky to sell diabetes to children of all ages. They all also go after grown-ups now because they know that children aren't allowed to eat their shit. Oh, I know what you want. You want my charms. Please no take my charms. Let me find, like, all I have to do is type in like creepy Lucky Charms. Well, I wish I could get like a whole montage of all of them over time, because I feel like they got, little by little, they got creepier. Okay, look at this shit. It's like, here's one. I was just saying, like, it wasn't a Halloween one. Here's a Halloween one. It's like, yeah, he's got like a fag. His mouth is open, like he's like, ooh. That one's for Halloween. But how do you explain this shit? That's not a pot of gold. That is a cauldron. The only thing missing is purple. This is Halloween. It's lit from the bottom. This was supposed to be for Halloween, right? This is the freakiest thing. You ever see this at the store? I don't think they have this one anymore. But like, starting like 2010, they started getting disgusting. It's like, Cocoa Pebbles box. Where is it? You know, when I was a kid, they already started with like this crappy shading. They were going in a bad direction, but they otherwise kind of look normal here, right? Then, you know, nowadays I feel like they're back to almost this, right? They have like this, but in between, for like 10 years, they had this freaky shit. Fuck you.
You disgrace!
I hate you. I hate this. I love that I hate this. I'm passionate about hating this because it's like, yeah, you wanna sell sugar to unsuspecting idiots. Yeah, you're trying even harder now. Yeah, you made it even more apparent that you're trying. Yeah, you changed the box, you changed the character, you changed the logo, you changed the branding, you added a gimmick, you put in a prize. Yeah, I get it. There's so many fucking ways that they're trying to serve this shit to you. This diarrhea cereal that turns all your cereal into poop. Tastes like a chocolate explosion. There, now they're exploded. Also, they're still in the library, so I have to delete them again. There, now they're erased from history. There, now I saved it. I saved it before it was a saved file with them in it. I don't need that clogging up my files. Just wanted to show it because it's a good example of sort of things I'm obsessed with. I mean, it's not that sugar isn't fun sometimes, but not in breakfast. Like, you get sugar, you should be getting it out of something natural at least. And even that, you can't just eat the sugary shit. Yo, like they tell you in a very like subtle way that this cereal is not breakfast. They say it's part of a good breakfast, which means you have to eat a good breakfast along with the cereal. It's like, you ever feel like hungry right after eating cereal for breakfast? You're just like eating addictive sugar that makes you hungry. Makes you want to pour another bowl of it. I mean, it's, you know, cereal's delicious sometimes. I guess you should think of it like candy, or like you think of it like food dessert where you don't have it every day or even every week. Yeah, I could go for a bowl of O's right now. But yeah, I don't know. One thing if you're like working out right after, I guess. But, you know, if you don't do that, then it makes you lethargic. This still looks like shit. Oh, right, because it wasn't tweened. It was, oh, right. Okay, let me remove the tween then. Oh, wait, this is, right, this is where the tween is. This thing. Alright, so where does this begin? I can put this all the way to the bottom. This. Fuck. Well, this should not be in a symbol. That'll make things a lot harder. That's way too big of a jump. Whatever. We'll use it. Next one. Oh. I know I'm in the symbol again. Alright, now it's broken apart. To like make it look. Fuck. Did I do like that? I mean, that's pretty easy. Like that is good. Like more or less aligned. And now it can just stay like that, right? I don't think you'll be able to see. Yeah, you can't even see past that. Enough. It looks funny. Yeah, I guess it was easier for me to get off Twitter than to change the world, which is also something I want people to think about me. But it still feels bad that, like, feels like we lost so many people to the, like, fucking industry culture. Feels like everybody just got scammed. Like, I don't like this, like this idea that everything is all about decorum. Like, we didn't used to cancel people over making adult cartoons or whatever. Like Jonan Vasquez would make like a adult cartoon, and that didn't stop them from letting him pitch a show and make a show and all that. I mean, I guess Johnny Ryan got a show, right? He got like a kids show, right? Well, I mean, that's also another issue I have, that like it's another way of forcing people into molds, is making a guy who does the most fucked up cartoon you've ever seen do a kids show. And well, I mean, maybe he wanted to do it too, but it feels like that's all anyone's really allowed to make. And it's like it feels like it's getting to the point where it's not even kids shows, it's like baby shows. Like preschool stuff is all you get to make. I don't know, I'm not gonna speak for any of these artists, but I just see like nothing else is like really doing great. You know, as someone who makes my own shit, I just see a lot of bloat and waste. But you know, there's also the solution they have for that is laying everybody off. You know, not letting people pitch their own cartoons and try to make something new happen, but just getting rid of those people. And I feel like there is no industry to return to. Because I also felt it was satisfying for Kyle Carosa to go down. He's a sicko. But I also don't really like their just like constant culture of tearing people down. Like, it doesn't mean much when those people talk about it, because some of them are like, oh, I knew the whole time and didn't say anything. Like, I'm so glad people are finally talking. Like, they wait for something to go viral in some way. I don't like that. That's a Twitter shit. And I feel like it's fit the lifestyles of industry people better than it has indie people. I feel like indie people get swept into the industry this way, just by going on Twitter, listening to the propaganda, and then just like having it affect your decisions. Like, all it would have taken to ruin my life was some John K-esque figure to be like, Joe, you have to move to LA or else you're worse than the Nazis. You know, like some fucker like that. They took my cartoon and Joe just stood by and watched. Like, why don't you, fuck you, why don't you just make Ron and Stumplefried? Like, anyone can do a ripoff of that shit. It's really up to you whether it sucks or not. Like, you could have just done that. You could have just made Ron and Stumplefried. Stumpfried, so it's 2 syllables. Like, you could even give them the same traits. I think maybe you'd have to change what kind of animal they are. But other than that, you'd probably just make Ron and Stumpfried. How'd I get to talking about this shit? Yo, did you actually voice a character on the Has-Been Hotel pilot? Yeah, I voiced 12. I voiced a dozen characters. So I should be paid a dozen wages. No, I mean I voiced one. I did one voice for the eggs. I don't know why the fuck they wanted me for that, but I did it. And I sort of regretted it. And then I made a tweet saying I sort of regretted it. And then I sort of regretted that. But now I don't regret anything. Now everything's like, whatever. Like, it's like my hair. People want me to regret everything I do, but you don't understand. Not like you. I'm not like you, robot. You cold bot algo fuck. They're trying to make you conform. And, that's okay sometimes. It's okay to go with the flow, especially like, you know, for example, probably the best example, the most popular example is like yelling fire in a movie theater. It doesn't make you quirky. It just upsets a very delicate flow that you're also in. And, well, that's a situation where I'm not gonna rock the boat. I like movies. I like when we're all together watching something and being respectful. You can chew popcorn and laugh as much as you want. I do that shit. That doesn't disrupt the flow. If it disrupts the flow, well, it depends. It has to really depend on what you're doing it in. I think if you're doing art that disrupts the flow, that's good. You're making something that they didn't want you to make, but it's really good and everyone likes it. So suddenly it becomes the new flow, the new stream, or it gets absorbed into the mainstream, which is what most popular things do. They get absorbed into the mainstream. I mean, I don't know if this whole mainstream or otherwise thing is even real, or if it's just a way of trying to understand shit. I have this theory that everyone sees everything everyone posts online, and to say that our post got buried is just like an excuse. Actually, everyone saw it. Like, everyone saw everything. What is that? Like, the alive internet theory? It's just like, everyone's harder to get the attention of because there's more posts. So, like, if someone's like, please give to my GoFundMe or I'll die, you have to do a little better than that. You have to put on a little dance and complain about how no one's paying attention to you. It's like, you know, like, if you said like the American healthcare system's fucked, no one's gonna listen. But if you're like, the government's so fucking corrupt, you're basically saying the same thing, but in a way where people will listen. Ooh, I like it now. Ooh, Marge, they said the government's corrupt. And suddenly it's just like, the like fucking boomers have gotten to it already. The lame stream. I think the reason Cannonbird is yellow is because he eats a lot of turmeric. But you know, none of these things are confirmed. Don't I don't know. I'm just having fun theorizing about my own cartoon. Don't act like it's word of God. feel like you could disagree, like that guy disagrees with Walt Disney over the age of his character. Like, actually, Mario is in his 40s and he's losing his hair. Don't you know anything? Like, you created this. Don't you know anything? Bowser's kids. The Koopalings are not Bowser's kids. Shut the fuck up, Shigeru Miyamoto. You don't even know how to pronounce your own name. It's Miyamoto, dumbass. First of all, it's pronounced Mario. You totally don't even know that. Second of all, the Koopalings are absolutely Bowser's children. He gave birth to them. He's female. Everyone knows this! Or at least, you know, in my mind, this is how things work. Why are they his kids? It's funnier. It's like he neglects them. It's like he doesn't care that much about any of them individually. That's what makes it funnier that they're his biological kids. Well, they're all his kids, right? Or I guess at least it's like, you know, when you have like a queen, they're all related to the queen, right? I mean, the queen is related to her husband. All the Koopa Troopas are Bowser's eggs, right? All of them. They're Bowser's eggs. Not just the Koopalings, but everything that even resembles a Koopa Troopa. So Bowser and his kids are all actually siblings. Yes. That's why they look like that. I don't know. I feel like this shit doesn't matter. It's just like how I saw it. Like, I'm trying to change how I had seen it by like retroactively confirming and deconfirming shit in interviews. Like, you know, I made that joke about that in that cartoon. If you know, it's not really a cartoon. In that video I made, I joked about that shit because those people who ask those questions are also like, you know, you can't get just mad at the creators because people are asking these questions, and I feel like these are questions I don't even want to know the answer to. Is it in the work? Then, well, is it in the work or the subtext? Then it's probably not worth mentioning. You know, sometimes it's interesting to find out what they were thinking about the character that they didn't really say, but then it could just go off the rails so quickly, like Dumbledore being gay. That was interesting at first. It's like, oh, Dumbledore was supposed to be gay, and you like wrote it thinking about that. But then suddenly she like became transphobic. And all those people, she like lost all of those people that she was aggressively pandering to. Like, you didn't even have to tell them that Dumbledore was supposed to be gay. You could have allowed people to imagine that just like you imagined it without making it explicit. But, you know, now it's explicit. You know, all the Dumbledore gay porn out there. It's explicit. That's something I really appreciate when it's like made a little vague. You can think about, like, I feel like Mario and Pauline get together, but they don't like make it, they don't make it clear that it's gonna happen. They just make it clear that it could happen. Like, it doesn't even have to be shown. Like, there's like, they make a statement, because how can you not in this woke era? They make a statement about how Mario and Peach are never gonna get married. So it's they do something different. They hint at Pauline being the one for Mario. Dude, she's so much taller. And blondes aren't even that attractive. It's like, what would you rather? Dude, would you rather? I mean, I don't care what your preference is, but like I feel like you have Peach and then you have like an identical body swap, but with reddish brown hair, Daisy, and she's like, you know, Daisy rhymes with crazy. Like, how could you pick Peach over that? Well, I guess Mario could not be with her either. Too insane. But he could survive a relationship with Polly. And that was the statement of this game, that Mario is going to move on. It's so woke. Unlike the woke Toy Story they made that does the opposite of moving on. Like, I thought the message was supposed to be like, Woody moves on. Woody moves on, but he actually moves the opposite of on. God, that movie speed ran the bullshit. That made me so mad in the first 50 seconds. Like, Toy is in trouble. Bo Peep sprang into action. Like, I've never been madder at an animated movie that fast, except maybe the Super Mario Brothers movie. Definitely do a community post poll for what you do next. Oh, I wasn't like totally serious about the polls because I don't think people actually have the right to vote on what I make next. It's more about what I want to do, like what I feel like I'm ready to get to. I only put that poll there just to tease some of the ideas I'm thinking about doing. Like, I would like to do all of those things. Suggestion rejected. I did actually do a community post, but same thing. I just wanted people to like get excited for the epic rap battle thing. I'm not actually going to make that next because people voted on it. I'm doing Frumple Quest. But yeah, I don't know when I'm doing that, but that's something that I got the idea for the other day and realized it would be hilarious to have the dogs have a beef. They have a beef. It should, oh, that would be cute if it ended with them just like sharing a beef. I want the beef. I want the roast beast. Don't take the beef. What if they're actually beefing over a beef? God, turning into a dad. I'm not even a dad. Do you think AI is overblown like a buzzword, or we're actually cooked? I'm already seeing AI generate images come up as thumbnails for some songs I looked up, etc. I mean, I think AI is going to be like those bugs that we were told to kill, Like, they just integrate. They just invade, kill a bunch of everything, integrate, and now we have them. I mean, this has good and bad repercussions. On one hand, I do think it is a little bit overblown. It's not going to be able, you're not, you know, like you said, you saw in a generated thing. It's not going to go past you undetected. Most of the time, you're going to be able to sniff it out instantly that they used AI or they generated something entirely with AI. And I guess it, you know, in my opinion, if you can't tell, then you've done the right thing. If you can't tell that something is AI, then you've used it in a way I agree with. We're going to end up with two separate internets, kind of like the dark web, but not so dark. Well, yeah, like it feels like one internet is going to be overrun with spam bots. It's just going to be nothing but AI and garbage and generated shit that extrapolates what it knows about humanity to try and lure you in like a fishing rod. Like, there's no humans left on Twitter. Like, even on fucking Wall Street, there's no humans left on Wall Street. They replaced them 20 years ago. I'm just seeing all this shit now, that like the way that AI is overvalued is definitely an AI run operation, right? It's buying and selling itself. That doesn't mean that it doesn't have some of the usefulness that it promises. It's just that like so much of it is useless. So much of it is slop. So much of it is like you need to put in human labor just to sift through all of its lies. I mean, that, you know, accuracy isn't the only important thing it could do. Some of the shit it does is trying and failing at stuff, but it learns from that, you know, like a robot learning to walk. In my animated series, a character who only uses that open source web has to connect to the public web to apply for a vehicle license. It's just AI and ads and pop-ups like ours, but worse. Oh no. That's so funny. It's like using Internet Explorer to download Firefox and just like screaming at all the ads or bullshit that it's like, do you want to make this your preferred default browser? No! We're gonna end up with a dark web, but not so dark. I feel like we've got that already. We have sites that are heavily DDoSed, like Kiwi Farms. That's like something in between dark and light web. I feel like Twitter and 4chan are also not far behind. These are like hate sites where you can post like dead bodies and whatever. Linux is eventually going to become a must. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my PeerTube instance is run on Linux, and I don't know how to, I mean, I barely know how to run a website. I have a website that is, like, impossible for me to understand. Oh, God. I've only touched Linux a few times. I have a Pi with Ubuntu on it. Yeah, I have a partition that's Linux, but I never use it. Sometimes when Windows restarts itself without my permission, it reloads itself in Ubuntu, and I'm like, oh, damn it, now I have to go back into Windows so I can use like all my shit and, you know, use the workflow I'm used to, use the settings and whatever. I mean, it doesn't take that much to get used to a new OS. It's just it's Linux, so it's a little bit more complicated. Though I have to admit, the cartoon I'm making right now, I could easily go on Linux and make this just using my mouse. When I use Flash on Wine, which is like an emulator that emulates Windows software, the pen pressure doesn't work. and I've never been able to find a solution for it. Sites like Fruit Farms and Encyclopedia Dramatica, where would they fall into? I mean, those sites are like, they're sites that are what do you call it? There's like, they have like their own version of Cloudflare to protect them from getting DDoSed, which is like, it's like getting taken down by an attack. So like, you know, you have the dark web where you need a specific browser to connect to them. This isn't that, but I don't know. They're evil websites, like a lot of dark websites. I mean, dark web used to have Silk Road, and then the guy got arrested. Man, I guess he's still rotting in jail. I use Flash on the virtual machine. No pen pressure. Yeah, that's right. It can only emulate Flash 90%, which is actually enough for the cartoon I'm making now, but not for. It's not for if your workflows in Flash or you're using like pen pressure, like I was. I made almost all of Pangus 2 in Linux. So that was a thing. I used my pen, but I didn't have pen pressure. This is kind of funny. I don't know if it's gonna upset people, but like the rain is just not even here. It's kind of funny. I might change it if it's too annoying. Oh, I just realized the whole start's there. Not like up here. Or whatever, the perspective changes. See? 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 This thing gets flatter. And this thing goes down. Anyway. Oh, do you have so many things related to Hitler in your videos? Do I? I thought I just had the one. What happened to your puffy, cool hair, Joe? Everybody liked my hair. How come you didn't say that when it was there? I always thought my hair was like, well, I liked how my hair looked, but it was getting too long. It was just like, I wanted to deal with it myself, and I can't really trim it by myself without making it uneven, so I just shaved it. Just like Brittany. Leave me alone. Leave him alone. It's a human. I love leave Brittany alone. I love leaving Brittany alone. I want to tweet that, but I don't use Twitter anymore. I love leaving Brittany alone. Yeah, like, I used to hate Brittany, but I see the light. It was really the people who insisted on Brittany that I hated, not Brittany herself. Brittany herself is actually okay. I think shaving your head is cool. Shaving your head when it's like, and people treat her like such fucking shit for this. Treat her like she doesn't get to make decisions of her own life. Like, leave her alone. I always hated her, but now I'm like, leave her alone. I'm like, she's cool. She's cool because the thing I hated about her was like her, you know, the not even her or her beauty, but like our overexposure to it, the exploitation of it. These were things that also hurt her, and I guess she was probably too young to really know that. Leave her alone. And you know, there are people who I feel like they treat her like they treat me, like saying like, "Oh my God, Brittany, are you okay? Are you losing your mind?" It's like they're just treating her like the stupid fucking industry treated her. The industry that like caused her to have the meltdown is like criticizing her for it. Like, look how these machines, well, you know, they're not even people. It's just like, you know, it's people, but it's not individuals doing this. It's just, you know, it's like even me like hating her back then because I hated the overexposure to her. It's like you're just part of it. Just part of the fucking hype. Like Justin Bieber, there are mega corporations of Hollywood producers and people groping and force kissing him on stage and straight up sexually assaulting him on talk shows when he was like 15. Jesus Christ. Yeah, and I remember people hating him. I remember people hating Justin Bieber so much because he was just like the biggest shit ever. It's just like bigger than Britney Spears because it had YouTube behind it. You know, back when Britney Spears was big, it was mostly on like the radio and CDs and played in restaurants and all that. Justin Bieber was like a YouTuber, right? Like early on, and he had like, yeah, a really annoying amount of fame. But yeah, of course, it's not really up to anybody how famous they get. I kind of see that now. You don't really get to decide. I guess on one hand you can make yourself more famous looking, but I don't know if that. I feel like people's reaction to you is not something you can control. So like it's not your reaction to your own music. You know, you did something like make Baby One More Time 25 years ago, and people are still playing that in shops. It's like nothing that you could have ever predicted or controlled, right? I guess maybe they want you to think that. I only hate the music, but it's suggested to me a billion times. Yeah. I mean, like, me and Meredith were at an ice cream shop and they were playing Britney Spears, and we just ate our ice cream talking about Britney the entire time. Talking about, yeah, leave her alone. I love that. I'm all on board with leaving her alone, because it was the not leaving her alone that was turning me against her. And now leaving her alone is making me see her as a person. A fuck up of a person. I'm so glad that she's been humanized. That's what makes me care about her. So glad, because she was like that. She was like this celebrity that could do no wrong. You know, like you were always looking to make money off of her. But one day she just shaves her head and starts beating up a car with an umbrella. And it seemed like absolutely insane at the time, but now I can't think of it as anything but based. It's like you're like the Joker. You're taking all that money from the mob and setting it on fire. It's like, for the first time, you did something that was right. You did the right thing, Britney Spears. I think Britney is back to normal now. She's out of that situation with her dad. Her dad who had her like enslaved legally. Which was a reaction to her meltdown. And it wouldn't have happened if she hadn't done that. But it's not her fault. You know, I think you have to blame her dad for that. like Michael Jackson's dad. He's responsible for what happened to him. Evil. Absolutely evil. 100% evil. Have you seen what he looks like? Don't look it up. I have to figure out how to make my stream say audience everyone. You do not meet the minimum requirements to use this feature. That's terrible. What does that mean? So I can't say that my stream is for adults if it is. Must not have violated the community guidelines in 90 days. Maybe I violated the community guidelines recently. Anyway, work more on this thing. Bad for her because in the 2010s she seemed to have a huge bounce back. I feel bad for her. Yeah, well, she could always bounce again. I mean, that's up to her. I mean, you know, like, I would be happy if she never made music again. But I think at the very least she's not looking for fame now. She's already experienced life like that. Speeds up this frame. That's not good. Or actually, maybe it is good because it does get a little bit more of that weight. Then shouldn't it speed up that frame? Anyway. When she relapsed in 2010s, it became worse than ever. Well, yeah, I mean, I could also have a breakdown again, too. I get angry pretty easily and start losing my mind. But I'm not in a conservatorship, at least. Man, that would have sucked. But, you know, Disney. I almost called her Disney. Brittany was like dancing. She was so happy. She was dancing in her house. People are like, Brittany, are you okay? Like, she's free. She's been freed like a bird. Like a cuckoo bird. It's a beautiful thing. Cuckoo birds deserve freedom too. They deserve to come out when their time comes. And it was years too late, but it came. I don't know why I'm so obsessed with Britney and like free Britney. God, like, you know, people look at me and say, God, what the fuck happened? What a downfall. You know, I look at her and think that, but like, I don't think I pity her. I don't think that's something you should have less respect for someone over just because they suffered and because they did things that were wrong. Like, you know, take an umbrella to a car. It's so cool. Like, I don't know, in that photo, to me at least, she looks like she knows what she's doing. But then people don't understand. They just punish you. To just let the sickest motherfucker in the world keep you as his slave. Take all of your money or whatever. Not let you have any of it. Shit.
You disgrace!
Disgraceful. You know, like, think of the celebrity you hate the most. Would you enslave them? Would you do that to them? Or would you draw the line and say they don't deserve this? Like, did my frustration with Britney manifest as her suffering? Is Justin Bieber going through the same thing because people hate him, because there are people who disrespect him, whether they love his music and shit or not? People grope him. They say they love him, but they grope him. Like, yeah, it's YouTube. From what I understand, YouTube is like an entity for being like a music sharing platform. He was like one of the first to make it really big as a musician using YouTube. So this artificial thing that separates us was really just there to confuse us. You know, he has way more subscribers than me, but I still think we're equal. You know, we're just YouTubers. Not that I really identify as a YouTuber, neither does he, but you know, we got a lot of our audience through YouTube. Maybe some of the same people watching our shit. Now YouTube is bigger than like all the countries in the world, so I don't know if you can even feel that way, but maybe you can. You know, these things that separate us are really illusions, aren't they? I could turn into Justin Bieber with my fat double chin. I'm like 36 and losing my hair. I could fake it. I could. There are plenty of people who do that. Like Gwen Stefani. She's like pretty old now. Well, I remember she was 30 years ago. But you know, she'll bring herself to the same level as someone like Justin Bieber. I mean, he's getting old too. Bad example. Gwen Stefani and Justin Bieber are the same age now. They're old, but they can disguise it with costume and makeup and hair. But I guess they always could have done that, but like they also had the young face to go along with it. I mean, they'll keep it up as long as they can. I don't know if people still want to grope Justin Bieber. Ew. I mean, Britney, have you seen what she looks like? I think she looks better now. She looks better because she has a face of someone who has suffered. And the same body. I mean, I don't know, it's not necessarily bad to age. But I do think maybe Justin Bieber's time has come and gone, and so is Britney's. Like, in the grand scheme of things, they'll never be famous again like that. And I'm not even sure if they're talented musicians, if they could even come back. Because, you know, so much of their entire thing was the image and the idea of them. Something that, regrettably, we've seen that people are so easy to throw out those people when they're no longer a profit no longer a vehicle for profit. Yeah, I'm sure you still make plenty of money off of Britney, which is why we needed to free her from her dad. I don't know. Musicians have it rough. They kill themselves all the time. Britney Spears didn't kill herself. She just let herself become terrifying. I mean, they do a South Park episode where she kills herself, but like that was funny, where she's like got her head blown off, but she's still alive, making sounds out of her throat. Because like that is all it takes to look like that, is just to cut off your blonde hair. That's all it takes for people to see you as completely worthless. And man, it took decades for me to realize I could feel sympathy for someone like that. Like Justin Bieber, who is like the most annoying whatever. You know, even that gets old when you know, it's like that's like just the other way of promoting something, is to make it annoying. Do what you gotta do, but I think if it's ruining the lives of these young musicians, then how worth it was it? It's like I was hoping that we'd left the Britney stuff behind, but then Justin Bieber happened. Well, I'm not even up to date on what's going on now, but I'm sure there's still like, I guess the thing for a while was like boy bands, and then it became like just one boy, and now we're back to boy bands. Like, yeah, I don't even know what those like Korean boy bands are like. They probably don't get paid anything. Pop music is old now. Career over. Time for a new pop. Justin Bieber had it easy. At least Britney seems healthy now. Happy birthday. That's next month. How much of Britney Spears' suffering was her own, I don't know. Yeah, I guess she may have chosen a life like this, a life of chaos, a life of not exactly slavery, but it's like a life of unfreedom. Like actually kind of shocking when you hear that shit for the first time. Like what people are saying. People are like, free Britney. What? Why? Why do we need to? Like, you know, Michael Jackson was a Michael Jackson was a little bit freer, but he also didn't really have a chance. that father fucked him up. Or why this interests me. I guess because I think a lot about our culture and how a pop star is something that is like there to distract people, it's there to pacify people, it's there to annoy people with like a catchy but like irritating tune. Feels like they're a cog in a very terrible machine. Not that, you know, Billie Jean isn't fun, or you know, like what was the Britney one that was playing at the ice cream place? And you know, it's like the Zoomer girl that works there singing it. Like she wasn't even there. She wasn't even there for like the rise of Britney. She's just like singing along. Like this is also part of your life, even though it's like 20 years ago. They never stopped playing those songs. You know, like fucking call it the bass in Billie Jean is amazing. But yeah, like there's a terrible cost to these things. And yeah, it could be partially their fault. Maybe they chose this life knowing that people are going to grope them. But even so, like why are there like musicians that there's musicians that barely get any recognition, and there's musicians that get way too much. Why do we have this? Kanye told us slavery was a choice. Yes, slavery was a choice. You just like, dude, just move to a free state. It's not that hard. Who was the guy who was like, I'm sure plenty of people said it, but there was some guy who was like, homosexuality is a choice. Like Republican. Bucklican. Man, it's a choice to, I guess, like, accept it. You can choose not to accept it. There's your choice. I mean, you know, I think you can deny certain realities. I don't know if it's recommended, but you can do it. You're under arrest. We're saved. Yep. Funny show made by me. Yeah, I don't know. I guess he gets the message that being under arrest is not a good thing by this episode. Let's see any of that. This is how much of this you'll see. All right, let's move all this down. Instead of bending his knees, I'm just gonna make his legs really short. That's what I did in the storyboard. And I had so much fun at the movie theater. I feel like we didn't talk about it nearly enough on yesterday's show, or even like on my stream. Like, I wanna be surrounded by people who love movies, and you know, they like watch it on 35mm because it's like not just because it's like not just because it's nostalgic, because it's like old and like withered or anything, but like I feel like that's maybe closer to what they wanted you to see, because it's like the old ass movie. So like when you make it digital, some things get clearer, but at the same time it becomes the project of somebody else in the digital age who didn't make the original film, and their restoration of it is going to be very different from what the original intent was. And if you watch the original 35mm, I feel like that's the closest to their original idea of what you were meant to see. I don't know. I feel this way about old games, like play the original game on PS1. Don't play the remake. They just announced Croc, a game I wanted to play for PS1. They released a remake. They announced a remake for Croc, and it looks alright, but I'd still rather play the original. That's everything. It looks alright, but I'd rather play the original because it's going with as close as they try to get it to the original. They're going with a different art direction every time. Like, you have to. There's no way around it. I think it's unavoidable that like you go with different art direction if you're gonna like make the characters high res. Even if it's the same person, I feel like the amount of time that's passed since the original is just like so immense that they're not making the art. Like, you can't make the art that you made years ago again. It's like trying to record yourself belching and having it sound the exact same way. Every belch is special. Every belch is one of a kind. You know, like a snowflake. Here for 1 second and then it's gone forever. it's like watching those movies under the stars, you feel like a bit humbled. Like we're just little ants making funny little crap eating corn. It's like what's going on here on this movie is like humans trying to make our lives seem more meaningful than they are. And it's we're just little specks of dust compared to these stars out in space. And then like you know, I stop looking at the movie and then I look at the stars. And then I don't know, that does comfort me somehow. That like we're just trying to have fun, you know. I think there's too much no fun allowed in the movies. Like I don't care that Disney wants to be correct and all of their like reassessment of their old shit that worked. I really wish that this shit was over, but there's always a new thing to complain about and get sad about. The like Lilo and Stitch thing that they're going with. Like you did the thing again. You did the thing again where like you're showing exactly what his like fur is supposed to look like, and I don't like that. I like it when it was more vague, or like it was I don't know, 2D animation, you could get away with more of that shit. 3D animation, which it was not, the idea was not even conceived as a 3D animation. I mean, I think the character design is like 1% of as good as the original. It's terrible. Looks like I don't know. People on fucking I went to cgtalk.com recently and I realized that shit's gone. It doesn't exist anymore. They took it down. All those people got jobs at Disney, I guess. There's people who would make shit like realistic Stitch would do it for free on CG Talk back in the day. And now it's like, we don't have that anymore, but we have shit like that in the actual movie industry. And it's just like so boring, so uncreative. It's like we took something you love and we turned it into a pile of shit. Every fucking time. And it's like, it never stops being depressing. They depress you to nostalgia. They make you want to watch the original, and they get their way. I mean, you know, I'd probably think to watch Lilo and Stitch anyway, because it's good. But yeah, like they don't have the ability to make something like that now. There was like a new, no, there was not a new Leica movie. They re-released Coraline, and that did pretty well. There's not too many studios. Pixar, which is also Disney. I do like animated movies. Like watching those old ones made me think like, God, we really just have the past to dig these out of. We don't have current movies. We can't make movies like this now. I don't know why people can't make good movies. Well, movies are an afterthought. I feel like video games have taken over as like a storytelling medium for big budget projects. Like, video games are a much bigger industry, and the film industry has been like picked clean, and now it's just like people who like grew up with Disney and are you know, religiously devoted to working there while their boss just like screws them. Like, video games are turning into that shit too. Like the studios are getting so big and so abusive. and none of the games are any good. They're all woke or some shit. I don't know. It's just like, can't solve your problems with money. I'm starting to see that money is just like, imagine, you know, it's like the cartoon I'm making. It's like New Country for Old Men. It's like The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Like, there's a big bag of money, and there's a big bunch of bastards all trying to get it. It's Dragon Ball Z. You know, it's a Western. It's like there's bad guys, good guys, ugly guys, and whatever. Well, I'm Krillin, and Meredith, my sister Meredith is Goku. I feel like I'm the one that, you know what, like, I made a parody about that years ago, which I'm not allowed to talk about because I hate it. But like, I wish I could do it again. I'd remake it, where I'd make it like, unless I signed a contract where I'm not allowed to make a parody of this again. Well, like, Krillin always dies, and he's useless in battle, and they always wish him back with the Dragon Balls, and like, you know, I made fun of that. But now I'm thinking, like, why do they wish him back? It's like, because we love you, Krillin. I should have done that. That would be really funny. It's like, everyone loves him, is the answer. I think they did a Winnie the Pooh one shortly after, I don't remember. Oh yeah, Disney. That was the last 2D animated film they did. Yeah, I mean, 2D animated films are I feel like they're, I used to have such faith in them, like Pixar and, you know, even DreamWorks seems like they just like shit out like really cheap looking movies. Although, I don't know, some of them look cheap, others look really expensive. But you know, animated films are still worth it. You can absolutely hold people's attention for an entire film. Like, you know, I went to a drive-in movie theater where they played. I went with my family, my nephew, and he was like a little scared because you remember the part in Little Mermaid where Triton destroys all of the stuff. But he watched the movie anyway, and he really liked it. So that was good. They played that in Aladdin, and it's like Aladdin is like Robin Williams as a genie, and like you never take your eyes off of that. It's like, you know, back in the day they were saying people aren't good, you know, before Snow White, they're like, people aren't going to sit through animation, like a whole film of animation. Did we start believing that again? I feel like everything made now is just 3D, right? I mean, not everything, but like everything that America makes, I guess I feel like America could do better. Leica is cool. Although I feel like there's also maybe like a little bit of dilution to what they were making, got a little less interesting. It's like some of their movies didn't do too well, and it's like when you make an animated film that doesn't do too well, that's like death. Like it costs like hundreds of millions of dollars to make these films. And then one film like the Mario movie will just make like $1 billion, and I mean, whatever. My nephew likes that one. Yeah. I guess I agree with there being a Mario movie. Just because he likes it. But I don't know. I don't know what the fuck that was. I mean, I don't know. Mario as a movie was always kind of weird. The Mario movie from the 80s is like, if you care about movies, you should watch it. Otherwise, don't bother. Also, never watch it again. I might watch it again if they play it at the like drive-in theater. I might watch it. Like, just like it's like a real experience, like going to the movies. Like, I miss that because like it's been many years like since I actually went to a theater, and like whenever I go, it was always empty. I felt like the movie I was watching sort of reflected that. Like, I feel like I was eating stale bread. You know, these are like studios I liked, like Aardman, feeling like they were just like cranking out movies too. Blue Sky. I don't know. Like, feels like at some point they were all making something special, and then they all kind of stopped. What happened? What happened to animated films? Like, I guess feels like everybody got like more incestuous. Like there's just like more of the same working ideas. You know, like the way they made the Mario movie. They also like make Mario game after game. They'll go with the thing that's like popular, like everybody. Like Squaresoft. Also, like these studios should have just like closed down because they're just like regurgitating the stuff from the past. I don't know. Maybe I complain about this too much. There's like disturbing like changes over time, like Breath of Fire. I only played this one game, Breath of Fire 3, but like it looked like it started out as like, you know, traditional game, then it like, you know, went from an RPG to like some kind of mobile game that was still calling itself Breath of Fire. Like, it luckily I didn't hear about it when it happened. I saw like a video about it later, but like that was upsetting. Like, they still own it, but it's not the same people. But like, I feel like Final Fantasy Remake does not feel like Final Fantasy at all. Like it, Final Fantasy 7. It just doesn't feel like it at all. I feel like there's a lot of shit like that. Like the new SpongeBob episodes feels like they wanted to make a different show, but weren't allowed to. Thief and the Cobbler walked so a lion could run. Oh yeah, that's true. They did like take some of their visual ideas directly out of Thief and the Cobbler. I mean, so did me. Look at this guy. You think I didn't like subconsciously rip off Richard Williams for this? Because I probably did. Like, this is the first time I'm even thinking about this. I don't know. Good fucking character design. I love Cannonbird. I mean, it's not exact, but like, I need more fuckos who look like this in my cartoon. I need to rip him off more. But yeah, look at this guy. That's like pretty genie. Do you think Eric Goldberg saw this and then just like forgot and then designed a character that looked like that? I mean, did I? He's even got the little hat. It's okay. I honestly don't think that's bad. These are things that, like, you know, you forget they inspire you and they just become part of your DNA. Thief and the Cobbler is great. I'm glad it inspired Aladdin. If we lived in a perfect world, you know, if we lived in heaven where nothing ever happens, then these projects wouldn't have this, like, they wouldn't have this hatred for each other, right? Like, ooh, I'll rip you off. Ooh, you rip me off. I feel like the idea of like Disney making millions and millions of dollars, that's where you start to feel the sting of the injustice that they basically did this over and over. Katzenberg was cutthroat. He did it to Disney. He did it as Disney, and they did it to Disney. He ate their fucking bug lunch. He made Ants, which was way better than A Bug's Life, which was crippled because they rushed out Ants and they had to change A Bug's Life, the name. They had to change it from Bugs to A Bug's Life because we're not doing ants and bugs. You're an asshole, but you win. You know, they had to change it. So they made it A Bug's Life, which is like, now it's like to say that it's awkward compared to ants. And some people still call it bugs. Why did they have to change it though? They were bullied? Is that what happened? I guess it's not fair. In heaven all will be forgiven. But only when you go to hell first. That is wrong to just like, I mean, look at this shit. They intentionally, it's not like they were looking at this and getting real inspired. They were intentionally rushing out a similar looking movie. And, you know, maybe Eric Goldberg isn't to blame, but Jeffrey Katzenberg knew what the fuck he was doing. Jeffrey Katzenberg, petty asshole. I mean, Thief and the Cobbler is like, it's unfinished, but that's all just like done by one guy, right? Pretty much. One guy and a few guys who live in a dumpster and a dumpster. Yeah, I think, you know, now that that's all over and done with, that's many years ago, everyone in the story is dead, except for Jeffrey Katzenberg, petty asshole. Man, look, he got that movie done. Aladdin, Thief and the Cobbler, both good movies. I hate to say it, but we need Aladdin. We need Aladdin more than we need Thief and the Cobbler. I don't know. I don't know if that's how I would put it. I would just say that, like, we still need Aladdin. If we just had Thief and the Cobbler, we'd still kind of need Aladdin. But yeah, and it was going to be called Arabian Night. They changed that to Thief and the Cobbler. And it was stolen and cobbled. Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like on one hand, they stole someone's art, they ripped off their ideas, but is that really evil if they're not making like massive amounts of profit? I mean, I guess that's a bullshit argument because they absolutely did it for profit. But like, I feel like, as you know, I'm just talking about, we need Aladdin like for the art's sake. I don't know if I want to factor in Disney's profit making into it, because we still need that movie. It's good art. It's not perfect by any means. Thief and the Cobbler's not even finished. It's not perfect, but my God, it's really good. I want to watch it again. It's been a long time. Maybe we can find it in 35 millimeters. Maybe we can find it in a dumpster. Anyway, I think I have to go now. I have to go make some dinner. Let me just play this cartoon one more time. That's actually nice to realize how much I've taken from Richard Williams, because it's not like he can make cartoons now. I mean, I'm not an animator I'm not as good of an animator as him, but I do think I draw a little bit like him. Probably because he drew shit like that. No, I'm a horrible animator. He was a master. I'll never be like that. But that's okay. I'm confident with any abilities I have. I'll be happy to get better at some point in my life. And I'm also happy to be as good as I am now, because like this is like Jay Ward shit. It looks funny even though it sucks. All right, I mean, this stream wasn't a total waste. I got some shit done. I want to keep streaming, but I'm hungry. Watch it. Yeah, I can already hear that sound effect with the scissors. I want to see. That was funny. That he's got like the he's got like the regular sky behind him. I mean, you do see this in real life a little bit. Like one direction, the sky looks really different than the other. Which what would look the funniest? Okay, that is pretty good. I think I'm gonna keep it that way. This guy is like just for him. Well, because I don't know, I kind of wanted to go back. I want the weather to go back to normal here. Yeah, well, I'll see if I change my mind about it at the last minute. That's one of those things that sometimes it'll be one of those last minute things that bothers me. Oh man, I should get good. Hopefully when I'm old, I'll be gooder. It's summer. I cut off all my hair too. Oh yeah. People try to tell me how to do my cartoons, how to do my hair. Leave Joe alone. Leave him alone. He's a human. Oh, Mecha's a human. He's my son. He hatched from an egg I laid, like Bowser. Animation's a vicious industry, and most people don't even know just how much paper hits the can. I don't know what that means. Your blue dude reminds me more of the Inspector on the old Pink Panther cartoons, crossed with Dan Backslide. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm proud to say that I plundered things for this cartoon because that's the spirit of the character. Take. But that's also just a natural way of developing an art style. Everyone who's ever drawn anything does it. There's a great comic about like will I ever be as great as the old masters? Where's that? I never found the other one I was looking for. God, please, an unedited fucking version of this. Dying. Will I ever be as good as the old master? Yeah, there's no... This is all just shitpost bot. Anyway, it's like panel 1. And it's like... No! I don't want to describe it. Just help me find it. Where is it? Fucking Google. Will I ever be... Shit. How did I even... It's been like 200 years since I even started talking about this. I don't even remember what my point was. I'm doing like a class, but I'm stoned with the PowerPoint. Will I ever be as good as the old masters? And the last panel is, I'm the best. Yeah, why did I start talking about this? Oh yeah, just because like you live in the shadow of somebody else. Every animator owes it to every animator before them, and every animator before them owes it to every animator before them. Like, yeah, like, yeah, I feel like this is someone working at Warner Brothers now, trying to draw in Tex Avery style, and this is Tex Avery. It's like, I mean, yeah, I like this comic because it gives the idea that this guy really did think he was the best as opposed to everyone else who is considered a master. You know, like, it didn't take me that long into my career as like a internet video content animator guy for people to consider me as like one of the best. This is me now. I feel like I'm at the beginning of a very long history of like digital animations. Like very, very long. Hundreds of years of digital animations. And I'm the best. The best, and also I suck because I don't care or something. But like, yeah, like making FrumpleQuest, thinking about Richard Williams, and this guy thinking like, I guess I did get inspiration from that. Oh well, I guess I'll go just kill myself. Anyway, have a good rest of your day. I'm gonna go eat some dinner.